Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Krumah. I am here at the hospital with Lady Che. So she might be joining us, she might not. And then we got Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, who should be joining us here shortly as well. And on this fourth season-ending series of the Frontline Black News, part one of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several episodes. So we are now in the last episode, or last series of episodes for season 4. So after this weekend, we'll be moving into season 5. So that means we've been around for 5 years. So we'll be discussing several topics. The first thing is tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, as Twin or Mac 285, one of y'all two, Mac, said in the chat, tangibles 2025 to 2100. Then we got Democrat new blood fighting to do the same thing. Dems 2026 plan, blame defund the police for everything. Democrat lie of immigrant workers. Democrats in Freefall. Only 29% favorability, lowest ever. Great news, great news. Then the latest LAPD racism scandal. Then we got remembering George Foreman, rise to power. He just passed at 76. So big rest in power to him. And we got Trump revokes 1965 Anti-Segregation order. What does this mean? And then we got FBAs choosing separation versus being separated. Is there a difference? And last but certainly not least, Trump, aka the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Trump orders shutdown of U.S. Education Department. So please join us on StreamYard for Online Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description. And so I'm going to hop right into it. Mac 285 is shouting you out, Lady Che. All right, so this is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, all the way up to 2100. So I'm going to read this statement like I've been reading for the past, it'll be 5 years, almost 6 years now. Tangibles. So instead of 2020, it's 2025, all the way up to 2100. So instead of 2020, it'll be 2025, 2026, and 2028. Everything else remains the same. So the 2025 local elections are coming up. The 2026 midterm elections are coming up. And the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups of minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning the 2025 for the local, 2026 for the midterms, and 2028 for the presidential. Yes.
That's his wrist. So are you ready for your CPAP?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. I was wondering if you give my nurses I could ask her.
Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are successfully met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically to foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. Sorry, I'm at the hospital. AJ is talking to one of the nurses. So yeah, continue to make something tangible for your vote. I see you, crew. Yep, we are owed 40 million acres. Yep, SETI just went live about that too. We want to salute the crew. Shout out to crew. I gave you a wrench. You got a wrench now, bro. Welcome to the wrench mob. You should have the wrench. I thought I saved you. Hold on. Because I was in the process of giving y'all all wrenches. Okay, you should have a wrench now.
Yeah, I'll have to ask the nurse because I work all over the hospital. I don't know if you should have.
Okay, crew. You should have a wrench now.
So you can honestly retard it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this. Screen out for you. Yeah. All right. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, so continue to make something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way up to 2100.
A small one.
Oh,
sure. Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll see if I can get leaders to show me right now.
Yep, so continue to make something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way up to 2100. Not letting up on it. Stop beeping. I put it on mute because it's playing over here, Brandy. I did. It mutes the whole TV.
Jesse, stop.
I just did what you asked me to do, Brandy. Brandy, there's a whole speaker right here. It doesn't work like that. No, it doesn't. No, because it's attached to the TV. Brandy, it doesn't work like that. I'm trying, but you keep interrupting me.
I'm not watching your show.
Then don't watch the show.
I need to lose something though.
Oh my God.
You bring no books, you do that.
Yes, I did, Brandy. How you gonna tell me what? Yeah, I got something for you to read. I hate when you do this shit because we're live on the air. Like, what the fuck? Brandy, you're fucking up my business. Get you some business. There's something to read. Now leave me alone.
Is that a library book?
Yes, Brandy, now read the shit.
I want to read about this.
Oh my God, cuz.
Oh
my God, you sound like a bunch of bullshit right now. Stop it, cuz. I know, man, 285. It's very irritating. I don't know why. She got something to read now. God damn. It's like dealing with a child. And it's like dealing with a child. A spoiled ass child. Reading is fundamental. Oh my God, cuz. I apologize. Alright, so like I said, continue to demand something tangible for your vote. Any politician seeking your vote, demand something tangible. The days are over of us just voting just to be voting. If we're gonna vote, we're gonna demand something tangible for our vote, period. I don't know where the hell Shabaka is. He really does tell him ahead of time that we're going live. He just want to come in when he feel like it. Yep, reading is fundamental. Or Max 45.
That bad.
Oh, yeah, you're laying down and stuff, huh?
Yeah.
It's so hard to keep your neck in the hot.
All right, so I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is Democrats, new blood. Just saying that word makes me sick. Fighting to do the same thing. So they're not gonna change the damn thing, y'all. They just still gonna be on the same old bullshit, and they think that's gonna get them a win in 2026. So Professor Black Truth is gonna give us an update on that.
You want to consume that before we put you on?
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. There are events taking place right now on the political landscape which may seem minor today, but I think that these events are going to be shaping what happens for at least the next 10 to 15, perhaps longer years. The Democratic Party is going through the death throes of the old guard and was supposed to be the birth pains of the new one, but as we all understand, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. So what we're actually seeing is a whole bunch of would-be operatives for the same old uniparty who are jockeying to see which one of them is going to be holding the whip, or as they see it, the battle for the gavel. Now, CNN conducted a poll recently, and they were basically asking Democratic voters who did they feel was most in line with the party's values? Which person did they feel best encompassed that or was closest to it? Now, when you look at CNN's list, out of the 26 names, only 4 of them are Black: Cory Booker, Jasmine Crockett, Al Green, and Barack Obama. What I consider to be of note, though, is that this poll also includes results from the same question that was put to voters back in September of 2017, which was the first year of the Trump administration. And when you look at the results of that poll, you see that when those voters were asked whose vision best reflects the party's core values, Barack Obama, former president of these United States, and the guy who was most identified as the most influential and important Democrat in the country, only polled a pathetic 18%. There were more people who responded that they had no opinion about who reflected the party's core values than to claim that Barack Obama did. That lets you know just how badly he was doing when it came to Democratic voters, how poorly they looked at him. Alexandria Cortez wasn't even on the list at that time. And to me, that's what's truly important here. When you look at the difference between where Barack Obama stood 8 years ago and where he stands today, his credibility with Democratic voters has absolutely cratered. But my point is that if you want to know why Jasmine Crockett, of all people, keeps pulling her asinine little stunts, it's because she's trying to raise her name recognition and she hopes increase her chances of making it to higher office. As she sees it, all of this guffawing and all of this buck dancing she's doing is going to pay off in the end, because the people who she's really looking at as her constituency are not the Democratic voters, certainly not the Black voters of her district in Dallas. As she sees it, her true constituency happens to be the Democratic Party donors and the white media. That's who she wants to get the support from. And you have some fools and shills who want to try to tell themselves that Jasmine Crockett, you don't know what you're talking about, Professor Truth, she's for Black folks. But when you listen to her, she talks about the same pet issues that the Democrats have always championed: abortion, immigration, and some loose talk about the environment. So while the orange man is giving jobs to apartheid rejects and wiping his wrinkled rump with the Constitution, Democrats are showing what they really care about: jockeying for position. When the Republicans were out of power for the better part of 50 years, they understood that the Democrats were doing a much better job than them when it came to marketing their political platform to the American people, starting with FDR's New Deal and continuing with LBJ's Great Society. Newt Gingrich understood that a cult of personality like Ronald Reagan simply wasn't going to be enough for the Republicans to be able to seize power and hold it. What the Republicans were going to have to do was basically take a page from the Democrats' book. After all, if you can't beat them, you might as well join them. So that's when Newt Gingrich came up with the so-called Contract with America. It was kept simple, only 10 little talking points, and it was largely things that voters were mostly in favor of. And Newt Gingrich's sales pitch to America was, if the American people put the Republicans back in control of Congress for the first time in 50 years, then they were going to do all this stuff. Of course, as we all knew, predictably, it turned out to be more sizzle than steak, though it did give Joe Scarborough his first and last job in the federal government. But the point happens to be, if you're truly trying to make sure that you elevate your party to true power, at some point you're going to have to actually address what the party platform is. And if you're not getting voter support, it's probably because they literally have no clue what you stand for. A bunch of empty talking points and word salad like Kamala Harris pulled, that ain't going to cut it. Now, you can try to get by with a cult of personality if you find somebody who happens to be particularly charismatic or attention-getting. Democrats made a habit out of that for the better part of 50 years. John Kennedy, Jimmy Carter, and Bill Clinton, all of these examples of individuals who were charismatic politicians, but who in the end didn't do very much. And Barack Obama, of course, I think is probably the most recent example of this trend. But Trump happens to be the Republican version of it. That's the reason why Ronald Reagan, senile codger that he was, managed to get the presidency and hold on to it. He won 2 landslide elections because at the end of the day, he was more interesting than the people that he ran against. But that's not going to work for the Democrats, not this time around, because so much of their own base has soured on them. The Democrats are going to have to do something that they have refused to do for the better part of 30 some odd years. They're going to actually have to submit a policy slate to their voters, and that slate's going to have to look like what the voters are saying. Not the Democrats who are trying to figure out how do they BS their way past the voters with an avalanche of gibberish. Trump was able to retake office because he galvanized his base. Meanwhile, Democrats have been steadily ignoring their own and making a show out of their contempt for their own voters. Democrats have long flirted with being the party of big business, but starting 30 years ago and the last 15 years in specific, they went from flirting with big business to just outright consummating the relationship. And you have the left-leaning portion of the white media who have been trying to define anyone to the left of Nancy Pelosi as being far left, when the reality is what constitutes the so-called far left in America would simply be left anywhere else in the world. There is no widespread or influential socialist movement in America, but there are in other countries. In fact, other countries have whole political parties that openly call themselves socialist. All of your alleged far leftists in the U.S. are still dedicated capitalists. They believe that the U.S. should have the upper hand in all international dealings, and in a dozen other ways, they share the same ideological values as the right. What we're seeing now is history repeating itself. You've got organized money who have seen how things are trending, especially among the young. Your white media are mouthpieces for established white power, and as I've always told you, the white media isn't in the business of entertainment. They're in the business of mind control. So when they see the young in danger of making a serious break with the social order that they depend on, they'll do everything they can to make the young people stop. There has begun, at least on the periphery, a debate about Democrats passing the torch from the older generation to the new generation, a changing of the guard among the Democratic leadership. Well, we've been here before, too. When Barack Obama was being pushed and promoted to the public back in 2004, we were told that he was the vanguard of a new young generation of Democratic leaders, and that the Bill Clintons and the Joe Bidens and the other old guard, well, they were just going to have to take a step back and go ahead and resign themselves to obscurity. But, of course, as we all know, what happened next was, after Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton immediately ran for office, and then alongside her was Bernie Sanders. And then Joe Biden, who at this point had lost half of what passed for his mind, he ran for office in 2020. Looks like the old guard wasn't going anywhere, and they were being endorsed by Barack Obama. And then you still got Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and nigga Jim Clyburn in Congress, the same cast of characters who screwed everything up in the first place. But as I said, after Trump won re-election, it will do the Democrats no good to pass the leadership, quote unquote, over to tools like Hakeem Jeffries or Gavin Newsom. These guys are literally on the payroll of foreign interests like AIPAC and domestic oligarchs like Zuckerberg, Musk, and the rest of the Silicon Valley mafia. When Nancy Pelosi first got into politics back in the 70s, people said similar things about her being a young, transformative new generation of Democrat. But she quickly showed that she would just be more the same. And I think it goes without saying that the same goes for Alexandria Cortez. If these people were actually going to rock the boat, the Democrats would have already had them primaried out a long time ago. What the white media is trying to do is to condition people to think that these stale career politicians like the Hakeem Jeffries and others are some sort of new blood. And yet they want to clearly define that this new blood isn't going to do anything new and that the voters are wrong for expecting anything different. They have to continue the same old practices that brought the Democrats to the sorry state that they're in today. The country is more than ready for a populist revolution, like the kind that the country had in the late 19th century when the anti-monopoly laws drove the robber barons from power, and then the even greater revolution during the 1930s with FDR's New Deal. But the Democratic Party of today is far more hostile to the working class than it was in FDR's day, and that's saying something. Roosevelt had been governor of New York, and his family had close ties to the banking industry naturally. That's the reason why he chose the Dulles brothers to help him move huge amounts of money around. But as stale an establishment as FDR was, he would be considered a far-left radical by the white media compared to the compromised Democrats of today. The problem isn't that there's some far-left radical fringe that's costing the Democrats elections. In fact, the problem is the opposite. Those far-left fringe elements are the very ones who handed Democrats total control of the government in 2020. That's the only way that the Democrats are going to have power. The problem, though, is that these young people are beginning to drift away from the positions that established power wants them to hold on to. So the white media is trying to convince them that America hates them, hates what they stand for. Oh, you guys, America really doesn't like you guys. You guys, you're no different than these Trumpists over here. Keep in mind, this is the same white media that tried to draw false comparisons between Malcolm X and the Ku Klux Klan. They always do that. Whenever there's a black person who's not saying, oh, massa, we don't mind you beating us upside the head, then they say, oh, you're no different than the Klan. The only ones who don't like what it is that the young people are doing are the Bill Maher's, the Jim Clyburns, and the Nancy Pelosi's. These are people who have spent their entire lives getting little envelopes from donors in the case of Nancy Pelosi, or in Bill Maher's case, relying on equally racist white media executives to give them a job. Their only goal is to preserve a dirty system that they depend on for every crumb of their daily bread. How can anyone claim that the young people who are in the streets and on the campuses demanding change have anything in common with the violent racists who overran the Capitol? It just goes to make my point. The white leftist media doesn't see Trump and the radical right as the enemy, because the people who own and control and make money off of the white media, they also benefit from the exact same system of white primacy and white economic control that the white right demands. There may be some minor rhetorical differences between some of the things that they claim to stand for, but when it comes to actual policy, they're on the exact same page. And when it comes to the white leftist media trying to tell you what America really wants or what is or isn't correct, keep in mind, this is the same white media who said Donald Trump was going to lose the election, and they were wrong 2 out of 3 times. They're not telling you what the truth is, because that's not their job. They're telling you whatever is expedient to their interest. There has never, ever been any social, political, or economic movement that has been beneficial to black people that the white media has ever said was popular or supported by the American people. They always say, well, whatever it is these black people are agitating for, America doesn't really want it. It's going to be an election loser for you. The country will turn on you and burn you at the stake if you actually try to implement any policies that are beneficial to black people. Be it the end of chattel slavery, the white media said no one supports that. The end of Reconstruction, the white media claimed that that was popular. Lynchings, the white media were cheerleaders for it. They always justified it, including the New York Times. When the civil rights movement began, there was polling about everything from the Freedom Riders to Dr. King's March on Washington. The white media reported on how well those things were polling with the public. And what a surprise, according to the white media, America hated black people fighting for our rights. Everything that we were doing, America hates. They said the same things about reparations and the BLM protests too, remember? And they're always wrong. The things the white media claims are so unpopular come to pass, and it turns out they were nowhere near as unpopular as the white media claimed. If you didn't know better, though, you'd swear the white media and their Negro bootlicks were actually putting out propaganda simply meant to demoralize you and convince you not to rock the boat. After all, as the old saying goes, the only thing required for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. And when you look at all these safe Negroes who the white media puts in front of you, be it Barack Obama, Jim Clyburn, or Jasmine Crockett, none of them's trying to rock the boat. None of them is coming along and trying to be a transformational leader. See, the white right, they created that phrase as a way to say, let's transform the country back to the 1800s. That's what they see as transformational. Who is going to be the 21st century version of FDR? You don't see any Democrats trying to do that. All of them are sitting here trying to put together their own cult of personality. They're not trying to be for the American working class. They're simply trying to be against Trump, against MAGA. This is tone policing going on here, not an actual political agenda. And when you look at how these white media outlets pay their on-air shills millions of dollars, you see why it is that they're saying that anyone who wants to buck this trend, why, you're just a far leftist radical who the party needs to purge. You're the enemy. So as the MSNBCs and CNNs and New York Times see it, ultimately they have far more in common with Trump than they do with the decent young people who are demanding that power and the money has to now change hands. Now, as the Black grassroots, we have to make sure to maintain our focus. You have people on the white left who are scheming ways to insinuate themselves into power. Oh, they look at the current status quo. As far as they're concerned, they want it to change, all right, but they want it to change in a way that is going to maintain their position at our expense. We must speak for ourselves. And a huge part of that process is we have to call out to denounce, repudiate, and ultimately drive from office the tethers who are out here, pretending that they represent us when they don't represent us at all. The white right made up their minds a long time ago that they were going to be the party of radical extremists. And that's the reason why, whether they're in power or whether they're not, they always say the exact same thing. We got to get rid of these heretics. For the white right, it's never the wrong time or the wrong place for them to be trying to purge anyone who disagrees with the most extreme form of their party ideology. Democrats, on the other hand, it never seems to be the right time for them to start embracing and including individuals who put them in office, especially if what they're saying is not in line with what the party wants. And to bring this morning's briefing full circle, I mentioned earlier how there is nobody in the Democratic Party who wants to be or is even mentioning the idea that there should be a 21st century version of FDR. And keep in mind, FDR was no great shakes when it came to Black Americans. One of the earliest known recordings for the White House taping system was a conversation between FDR and then head of the NAACP, Walter White. Walter White was reminding President Roosevelt that the Black vote had actually broken ranks from the Republicans, the so-called Party of Lincoln, and actually did something at that time which was thought to be unthinkable. They supported a Democrat to be president. And White reminded FDR that the Black vote didn't give him their support as charity. They did it because they expected their support to be rewarded through policy. That's how it works in so-called democracies. Whether you give a certain candidate money or give them your vote, in either case, you're not doing it for free. You are expecting to be repaid through policy. FDR, of course, gave Walter White all the excuses in the world for everything that he couldn't do. And that became the pattern for the Democrats all the way up until the 1960s when Black people took things into their own hands. So even if you do have a 21st century version of FDR, I'm not saying that he's going to be some sort of saint. In fact, I'm saying the opposite. Even the minor lip service that FDR pretended to give is too much for Democrats. That's what needs to change. We know exactly what the Democrats' game plan is going to be. Same thing that they did the first time Trump was in office. They're going to be trying to scare voters to the polls, but specifically scare them to the polls for nothing. No matter what it is you demand, it's going to be, you can't be making any demands. It's too dangerous. We got to get Trump out of power. Why? Fascism is now descending upon the United States. Yeah, there's such a big threat. The end of democracy in America. And what do we lose? Well, you won't be able to choose anything. Policies are just going to be enforced on you and you'll have no say. Well, what are you going to do for us if we vote for you? Not a damn thing. Now go ahead and vote for us. And this is what the white media and the Democrats tell us is supposed to constitute some sort of alternative to Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. This is supposed to be democracy. Democracy is when the people say this is what we want. When you look and realize that the largest voting bloc happens to be the people who want these certain specific changes to be made in society. And then you got one political party who claims that they represent these people. And yet they say, we're not doing any of that. That doesn't win elections. They'll lie to your face and tell you what they're not going to do. I don't care how many headlines or lead stories the white media puts out trying to pretend as if the Democrats are fighting a struggle for the soul of democracy in America. Black people have never enjoyed democracy for a single instant in this country. If there was democracy in America, the headlines would have to be, democracy finally comes to the United States. But there can be no democracy in this country until Black people have gotten what we are due. And the first thing that we are due is to be listened to and obeyed. I could care less whether the Democrats are having double knockouts with each other in the Oval Office or whether Jasmine Crockett and Hakeem Jeffries are having a celebrity death match on the floor of the House. This is not about them. This is about what we're supposed to be getting. There is no great fight for American democracy that's taking place. It's the same old jockeying for power that it's always been. No matter how they try to glorify this exercise in political narcissism, at the end of the day, they know all they're really doing is just changing the deck chairs on the Titanic. And in the end, they're still going down. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: James Porter, Tyrone Jones, Sean, Darren Nooks, and Bobby Williams. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah, so the Democrats is still on their same old bullshit. No one they're gonna change anything. So I guess they just need to get used to losing election cycles. 200 pounds, yeah, that's a whole person. I ain't listening to shit. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Oh, it's a huge ass dog. But yeah, these Democrats, they ain't got no new tricks in their playbook. No new plays. They just keep running the same old play, expecting a different result. So don't expect much from them in the next year, 2 years. Yeah, too much going on. Way too much. It's hard to keep up with everything. Shabaka should be joining us here shortly. Lady Che is here, but she's not here, but she is here. I'm here at the hospital where I just put her on the BiPAP so she can hear us, but she can't say nothing. But she can talk, but you can't hear her. Yeah, I heard about that, twin. I'm gonna save that for tomorrow. Yeah, he got. Did he die or is he still alive? I heard he got shot in Memphis. I'm not a fan of his music at all. Mm. I guess Lady Che listened to a few of his songs. Oh, so P is dead. Okay. Yeah, him and Sauce Walker got shot down in Memphis. Okay, there's Shabaki. All right, greetings, Shabaki. You're like 30 minutes late, but welcome.
Okay, thank you for having me. I was doing some research on the show, and then also too, I don't know what the itinerary was, but I was pulling up some notes on former heavyweight champion George Foreman.
Yeah, he's on the list, Shabaki. But
Okay.
I emailed you the itinerary.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay, let me go to the email right here. Okay. And okay. 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 All right. Okay. You got the link, but I don't see the itinerary.
You gotta scroll down, Shabaki.
Okay. Scrolling down. Scrolling down.
Yes,
Okay.
RIP George Foreman.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on. Okay, all righty, because you sent it to me twice. Okay, which is cool. Scrolling down. Okay. Okay. On its fourth season-ending series, part one of the Frontline Black News, will be discussing several topics. The tangibles, of course.
Yep.
Democrat, new blood fighting to do same daggone things. 2026 plan, blame defund the police for everything. Democrat lie of immigrant workers, Democrats, and free for all, only 29% favorably, the lowest ever, which is great dudes. The latest LAPD racism scandal. What's happening out there in Angel Town? And then, of course, we're remembering Big George. He passed away at 76. Trump revokes 1965 anti-segregation order. What does this mean? Choosing separation versus being segregated. Is there a difference? The dump orders shutdown of U.S. Education Department. Please join us on the StreamYard and what have you, and then you got the other links up there as well. Okay, all righty. And then when you're ready to discuss Big George, okay, because I've been researching, his past, and I want to make sure I got my facts right. Although I did live through the era, You know what I mean? I just want to make sure I got it right, and we got some interesting things here to say about Big George.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
All right, so we just finished up with the Democrats' new blood fighting to do the same old thing.
Oh, yes, sir. And then also, too, and there's some conservative individual that comes on Fox. Hold on.
Now, you know, goddamn well.
LAPD racism? No way. I don't believe it. Say it ain't so. Well, Fortune Thought, have you ever took a trip to Los Angeles?
He's in California, but he's in Northern California.
Oh, okay. Well, just get on Interstate 5, my man. Take it all the way south, and it'll take you through downtown LA. And just get off down there, man. Let's say like on Pico Boulevard. And just ride down the street, man. You know what I'm saying? And then they'll get acquainted with you. You know. Oh, yeah. Most definitely. Okay. All righty. Okay.
He's fantastic, Shabaka. He's just playing.
Oh, okay. Hey, twin, what's going on with you, brother? How you be? How you be? That statement was highly sarcastic. Okay, Fortune Thought. All righty. Okay. Her twin said he knows. Okay. All righty. Yeah, after all, the LAPD's the ones that make Rodney King famous. You know what I mean? Yeah, gave him the royal treatment. Oops upside your head. Say oops upside your head. And a nightstick glides gracefully upside your head. To quote the last poet 52 times. And they said, yeah, and they just said, oh, they violated the call. They violated the color of law. Stockton ain't no joke either. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, you know. And then, of course, as you know, it led to the worst riot in U.S. urban history. You know what I'm saying? And then the only thing we're supposed to sit up there and get bashed in the head again. You know what I'm saying? And sit there and loving it, you know. And hey, Bob,
right?
Yeah, twin, I'm in the North Bay, 707. Okay, 707, he's up there. I'm familiar with that area code. Okay, he's up there, man, near Fairfield. Huh?
Fairfield, Vallejo, Solano County.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because you go into Solano County, man, as soon as you, wait a minute. Contra Costa, yeah. When you cross that bridge, man, into the Valley of the Hose, man, yeah, I believe you're in Solano County. Yes. Sir.
You leave Vallejo alone. It's talking shit about Vallejo.
Yeah. Okay, Jay Militant up there, man, from the Bay Area, across the water from Panthertown. All right. Yeah, well, that raggedy ass broad Cop Mala started her political career flatbacking. No, yeah, twin, the Bay Area is nice, man. The Bay Area is nice. You know what I'm saying? It really is. Because, you know, I've been out there to that Berkeley Pier quite a few times, you know, before they closed it down. Okay, yeah, and Jay Militant, you know, he sprayed, you know, the opening solicitation. What do they call it? Solicitations, you know, the greetings and what have you.
Salutations.
The salutations. 707. Say it backwards. 707. Saying it backwards is still 707, Jay.
Yep. That's the whole point.
Okay. All righty. And I forgot this area code where I'm at. I can walk to Vallejo in less than 20 minutes. I'll talk shit, laughing my ass off. Okay, yeah, but from what I understand, man, you know, Vallejo, man, ain't nothing nice, man. You got some riders up there in Vallejo, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And also
shout out to the Hillside. They had been at war for a minute, but there's artists on both sides in Vallejo.
Oh man, okay, yeah, that's where what's his name is from? I think Too Short, yeah.
No, Too Short's from the Bay. Too Short is from Oakland, Shabaka. E40 E40.
Yeah, it's E40 is from Vallejo. Yeah, okay, my bad. Off the Interstate 80, which will take you all the way from San Francisco.
Mac Dre.
Mm-hmm.
Doobie. I think all the Vallejo artists, Cavio, Be Legit,
the
whole clique.
Okay. Okay, and then Interstate 80, as we all know, will take you from the East Coast to the West, from the West Coast to the East Coast, ends in Ocean City, Maryland, and then it goes right through there, where Crew is, right through downtown Chicago. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you talking about the 80? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Benicia. First time I ever got shot at was in Benicia, which is Vallejo adjacent. Yeah. Yeah, I've been through Benicia. Oh yeah, I've been through Benicia. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That fun place,
Fun
great
place.
for the whole family. Tell
Great
your
for
friends.
you, for the whole family. Tell your friends.
Have you been to the Six Flags? The last time I was out in Vallejo, I seen that Six Flags out there.
Oh yeah, man, that there is when you're on the freeway. I've seen it, yeah, and you got Magic Mountain over there, man, in Southern California, across the way from Wayside, which is the LA County Jail. Okay, yep, mm-hmm.
Yep,
Yep.
Six Flags, Marine World. Yep.
Then you got Six Flags, Magic Mountain, Crestside, College Park, North Vallejo, South Vallejo, Hillside, Magazine Street. Yeah, I've been on Magazine Street.
Millersville, yep.
Yeah, I've been all through there. Yeah, yeah. Vallejo is dangerous. Vallejo is dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Keep your head on a swivel. You know what I'm saying? And keep your hands out of your pocket. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, Marine World. Yeah, I forgot they had Marine World up there. Yes, sir. And in Southern California, yeah, I've been right past Magic Mountain, right across from Wayside.
Right at the 80 interchange. Yep.
Yeah, but Magic Mountain is off of I-5 all the way live. It take you all the way from San Diego up to Canada. I've driven every inch of I-5 from Diego to Seattle at one time in my life. You know what I'm saying? At various times during my life.
Six Flags in Vallejo.
Yeah, I passed it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Magic Mountain, yep. J Mill, yeah. Mac 285 is in the house. All righty. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on, Brother Che, with the professor? And I got a bunch of details here on.
You missed it, Chewbacca. He was talking about
what?
The Democrats not having no new tricks up their sleeve.
Okay, but y'all, we already discussed Big George.
No, we haven't got to him yet.
Okay. All right. Well, the Democrats
coming so fast. That's where the 80 hits the 37 and goes my way, comes out my way.
Okay, Fortune thought. Okay, the 37, that's a state highway. 80 is the interstate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's US for us old folks.
Africa, USA for us old folks. Oh, yeah. We are the world. Mm-hmm. Yeah, back in Michael Jackson and what have you. And then keep in mind, Jay Militant, that these damn nonprofits that go supposedly to help Africa don't do shit for Africa. Mm-mm. You see what I'm saying? I wonder how much that damn boar has scammed off of that. You know what I mean?
Ain't no telling, Shabaka.
Yes, Stinky Bird and Little Stink, they're not Africans, they are boars.
So the Democrats have no new tricks up their sleeve. They just keep running the same old play.
That's great news, man. Hopefully they go on and crash and burn. You know what I'm saying?
So now their latest thing is they're going to blame everything on defund the police.
They're going to blame everything on defund the police. Ooh, boy, man. What kind of dope is these motherfuckers smoking, man?
Probably that dope that was found in the White House.
Oh, yeah. Hunter Biden stash. Yeah, that's right. Okay. All righty. Okay. All righty.
Yeah, so their plan for 2026 is to blame defund the police for everything.
My. Okay, the slave patrollers. Yeah. The slave patrollers. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about too. Okay, so Professor gonna give us an update on this too.
Okay. Damn, well, that's back to 1974 right there.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and
This goddamn
this is the
Adam
moment of
Sandler.
truth.
Lady Che,
We are still carrying the weight.
Yeah.
And let's set aside the substance of police violence and abuse. I made my points very clearly on that. We are still carrying the weight of defund the police around. Now, by the way, almost no member of Congress said that.
It was a Republican talking point that you guys let them run with at you.
Yeah,
and so we're just the passive victims of that fact? Or can we stand up and say defunding the police is a bad idea that is opposed most intensely by African Americans? So
it's actually not a bad idea when you explain it to people as about reallocating resources. But my point being is, I do think that people on your wing of the party have hidden behind that rather than look at other issues that cost you votes. Like defund the police was not the reason you lost the election last year. No one was even running on it. Joe Biden increased funding to the police.
I was giving you an example. The ad that ran, the tagline of which was, "She is for they, them, and Donald Trump is for
Yes,
you."
Republicans are very proud of that ad.
Well, and the research shows that it swung some people. And by the way, I'm not saying throw transgender Americans overboard. I'm just saying you can choose to focus on certain things and to not focus on other things. And we get that perpetually wrong in this party.
First of all, you hear the lie that this guy told. This is the reason that I keep repeating over and over again that crap that nigga Jim Clyburn was spouting when he lied, saying sloganeering kills, defund the police. That's cost us elections in 2020.
We keep making that mistake. This foolishness about you got to be this progressive or that progressive. That phrase, defund the police,
get up there and
cost Jimmy Harrison tremendously. Now, I'm not saying it was the only problem.
You sound kind of mad, Congressman.
I want everybody in my caucus to be as practical as I am.
Now, do you notice how consistently the Democrats use virtually the exact same words whenever they're attacking black people and our issues and interests? They sit there and use weasel words. Doesn't matter if it was nigga Jim Clyburn in 2019 or this weasel Jim Himes today.
We are still carrying the weight of defund the police around.
Like now.
That phrase, defund the police, cost Jimmy Harrison
it was bad
tremendously.
You can choose to focus on certain things and to not focus on other things. And we get that perpetually wrong in this party.
We keep making that mistake.
Defund the police was not the reason you lost the election last year. No one was even running on it. Joe Biden increased funding to the police.
I was giving you an example.
I'm not saying it was the only problem.
They say the same thing. Defund the police, that cost us elections. Nobody wants that. A bunch of extremists. And then they say, well, I mean, there's other issues, but defund the police. Yeah, they always claim, well, there's other issues, but they always come to something regarding black people whenever it's time to talk about what the issues are that are costing Democrats elections. Yeah, it's not the fact that the Democrats don't stand for anything. They haven't produced for their constituents in decades. No, it's always something that black people are talking about. Notice that. They'll lie and claim, well, I mean, there's other things, of course. Yeah, that's what they claim. And yet whenever they actually speak on these issues, it's always something regarding black people. That's what they all consistently say. Black people are always front of mind for them when it's time to talk about, well, we lost the election. What's front of mind? What's the reason? These black people over here. There's all this defund the police stuff and all this stuff that these far left radicals are saying they need to stop all this. We're losing elections. Yeah. And then when you put Jamie Harrison in charge of the DNC, what happened? Nobody was talking about defund the police. And next thing you know, the Democrats lost the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Yep. They went from a clean sweep in 2020 where all of those activists had actually swept the Democrats into total control of the government to having the nigga Jim Clyburn wing of the party in charge. And then they lost all of it. Actually, defund the police was what saved the Democrats in 2020. Remember, that year, the country had been on fire. Literally, Republicans raising pure hell about defund the police. This is what's going wrong with America. In 2020, all of those angry thugs in blue, they were also the ones who turned out to vote. They handed complete control of the government over to the Democrats. That's what happened because they were mobilized. And Democrats didn't have a problem with that, at least until the young people figured out that Biden had lied about all of his lofty promises. A White House level police accountability commission, lie. The George Floyd Policing Act, lie. All of it just lies. Right. And Clyburn lied through his buck teeth saying that defund the police lost Democrats elections. No, it didn't. He was saying this crap in 2020 when after 7 months straight of riots and burning down police stations and having the thugs in blue literally under siege, Democrats not only took back the presidency, but they also retook the House and the Senate too. Now, the main thing that Himes and Hassan were going back and forth about throughout this entire interview was that this Himes guy voted to censure Al Green, and Himes was claiming that there was some anonymous constituent in his area. By the way, Himes won that seat from a Republican, by the way. And he claimed, well, some anonymous constituent said, you voted to censure Joe Wilson when he yelled, you lie at Barack Obama. How come you're not censoring Al Green? How come you're not supporting that? That's the line that he's hiding behind, just like he's hiding behind these fictional claims of anonymous black people who don't want to defund the police. That's what he's doing. And the truth of the matter happens to be that he kept using that as his rhetorical shield to say, well, it's the rules of decorum in the House that have to be maintained. As Democrats, we got to be better than the Republicans and their outbursts and all the rest of it. That's what he was saying. And he was sitting there saying repeatedly that it's important that Democrats set the right example and we don't want to do X, Y, Z. And it's important that we do things a certain way, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going, yeah, you sound just like all of the rest of the DNC and their little well-wishers in the left corner of the white media, basically deciding, hey, it's for the greater good that we have to ignore the reality of the 2020 election. We can't say that these police protests were what it was that actually put the Democrats in power. Same way Jim Hines was saying, well, do we really want to get in power by doing things like getting loud and boisterous and all the rest of it? Do we really want to be doing it that way? Yeah, this is about controlling people's minds. Because if you sit there and say, hey, getting tough on the police wins election, well, I mean, that's winning the wrong way. It has to be done a certain way. So you see complete uniformity, or should I say message discipline, between the propaganda arm of white supremacy and the administrative arm of white supremacy, which is what the government is. You see it, they're on the same page. It's a matter of, yeah, we know that we're lying. Yeah, we're misrepresenting what happened. We're creating fairy tale versions. But the reason that we're doing all of this lying is because, well, we don't want people getting the idea that fighting against police brutality is actually the way to win elections. We don't want that to become habit forming. We don't want that to become national policy, because that would totally upset the racialist status quo that we put in place and that we depend on for every crumb of our daily bread. So we're just going to lie because this is for the greater good. We're just going to go ahead and lie huge. Yep. So this lie that they're telling, this is meant to point at black voters and say, you people better stop making demands. It's costing us elections. Now, this is the lie that they told during a year when they swept the elections. What kind of lies do you think that they would tell when they lose? Now, you notice that the Democrat narrative on this is not to blame the Democrats' complete and thorough over-reliance on abortion must be protected at all costs. That's what cost them the election. They're sitting here going with an issue that was not a lunch pail issue, not a pocketbook issue. The election of 2024 hinged on the same thing that practically all American elections hinge on: the price of rent, groceries, and gasoline. But Democrats didn't do anything in the 4 years of the Biden administration. Kamala Harris wouldn't even talk about those things because the Democrats are in the hip pocket of the housing interests and the tech bros. I've explained to you, Silicon Valley is based out of San Francisco, Nancy Pelosi's congressional district, the town that gave us both Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris. Yeah. And what did these guys do?
And
these
the hell with both of them.
allowed all of these interests to run roughshod over the American people, and they did nothing about it. That was the problem. So now they're trying to point at black people and say, you guys better stop causing us problems. But then again, you heard how this congressman also said that black voters support giving money to the police. That's a straight out of the RNC lie. That's a Fox News talking point. What the thugs in blue do is not policing. It's state-sponsored terrorism and oppression. And black voters do not want that. Yet you got this white man here saying that. Why is he telling that lie? For the same reason Clyburn did in 2020. Barack Obama was the first major political figure to attack woke. And he did it in direct response to demands to defund the police. That's where woke actually got put on the map for the rest of America. Black people already knew about it, but it actually passed into popular parlance because of the defund the police movement. And those young people making those demands, that was putting major pressure on the Democrats that they were actually going to have to come through with policy. And they made up their minds from the beginning they were not about to do that. And that's the reason why you had Obama out there attacking the young people in the streets, calling them thugs when they were actually the only real freedom fighters there are, and then attacking woke. And you hear Clyburn followed suit. This is what white power always does. It has some of its handpicked bootlicks and flunkies, these front Negroes, they'll be the first ones to say whatever it is that their white paymasters want them to say, whatever anti-Black slogan that their white paymasters are trying to push. And then once these Negro tools break the ice, then you have their white paymasters like the James Carvilles, the Cajun Skeletor, and you got people like this Jim Himes character. These people come behind them and they start saying the same things because that's what's meant to do. They know that they can't be the first ones to say it themselves because they would be immediately called out on it. So go ahead and have these little black sock puppets who are on their payroll say it for them. Then they can follow behind them. And that's what they always do. The same old playbook. That's how people like Bill Clinton were out there saying, well, I had to pass the 94 crime bill because these black pastors wanted me to. Black pastors wanted me to. That's the same lie that they're telling. Well, we have to make sure that we funnel billions of dollars to the thugs in blue. Why? Black people, they don't want to have the police defunded. See, it's black people who don't want the police defunded. Notice that he doesn't actually present any evidence of this. He just says it. It's what they always do. They point to some anonymous black people who they never actually present to you. Nobody ever actually comes forward and says, we're the ones who told these Democrats that the thugs in blue need more money and more guns and more equipment. That's not what happens. Instead, they just say it, and they know that whoever it is that they're talking to, as long as it's not the black media, there's not going to be any pushback to this lie. And you can tell that this guy is a liar because the only time white politicians like him ever say anything about black opinions is if it's something that they agree with. Oh, then they'll say, well, here's what black people are saying. Now, you never hear this Jim Himes character or any other white political figure say, well, you know what? Reparations is definitely something that we need to have on the agenda slate because black voters are in favor of reparations. So we have to do it. See, black voters, they support that. They don't do that, do they? Of course not, because they don't agree with it. Hence, black opinion needs to be ignored on that one. So learn to recognize a liar when you hear one. The reason these Democrats are repeating this nonsense is because the Democrats sent out the memo that they have to exercise message discipline and that they're going to be blaming everything on defund the police. And next they'll be sitting here saying, well, there's these Negroes out here talking about reparations. This is just a lunatic fringe, I tell you. It's been years since anyone said anything about defund the police in a major political election cycle. Democrats understand that if the base can force them to punish the enforcement arm of white supremacy, then the next stop is going to be to defund the white power structure that Democrats are beholden to as well. The Democrats understand full well, just like the Republicans, that in order for white supremacy to exist, it can only occur if the state has a complete and thorough monopoly on violence and one that has absolutely no checks, no balances, and no consequences. Now, why are these guys sitting here spouting these lies openly and boldly? The Democrats are lying their butts off because 40 years ago, they made the decision that they were tired of being the party of FDR. Because although Democrats held office for the better part of 50 years, the problem was they weren't getting all of that sweet donor cash like the Republicans were. So around the time the racist Ronald Reagan became president, the Democrats have begun a bunch of internal party programs and plans to make themselves acceptable to the kind of cash fluid donors who would write big checks like the Republicans have been getting. This is where organizations like the Democratic Leadership Council came from. You've heard me talk about them before. The DLC is a group that basically said, let's change our rhetoric and make it more like the Republicans. And we need politicians who are going to talk like this. They produced people like Joe Lieberman and, most importantly, Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, who was the main one who pushed the Democrats hard to the right, claiming that the era of big government was over, and then signing all kinds of laws that cater to corporations, and of course the infamous 94 crime bill, aka Biden's law. And the DLC also indirectly was responsible for the rise of Barack Obama too. Democrats had made up their minds decades ago that they were going to stop pretending to cater to the party's traditional base, being black voters, unions, etc. And instead, the Democrats were going to fully embrace a white suburbanite corporate base instead. Democrats' refusal to do anything for their base is what demoralized their own voters and has caused them to stay home for well over a decade and a half now. As a result, the white right capitalized on this by seizing state legislatures and governorships. See, that's the actual weight that the Democrats have been carrying that's been weighing them down and losing them elections. 40 years ago, Democrats coldly decided that they were going to turn their back on their own constituents They allowed Ronald Reagan to carry out the gutting of the labor unions.
Yeah,
and they
that
allowed
old
corporations
senile
like the car
bastard,
manufacturers
yeah.
to hypercharge sending jobs
Special
overseas, and the
effects,
Democrats
that
didn't say boo
crazy
about it. So they were
dude,
already
Foreman.
abandoning the unions. And then 30 years ago, Bill Clinton and Joe Biden were waging war on black voters, all in the name of trying to settle up to all of these white suburbanites they were hoping to appeal to. Oh, we're going after these welfare cheats. The biggest welfare cheats in America are these white corporations who get all of this government welfare, aka subsidies, but they weren't concerned about that. That's the actual biggest cause of waste and fraud as far as social safety nets goes, all of these giveaways to these corporations. And then when the Obama years, you had the coup de grace. This guy decided that he was going to bail out Wall Street instead of bailing out Main Street. This is the reason that the Democrats have been losing election after election. The Democrats have spent decades showing their own voters that a vote for the Democrats will never translate into policies that the voters need.
Exactly.
This is why the Democrats' black voter turnout has steadily trended downward since at least 2013, which was Obama's second term. That was long before anyone was saying a word about defund the police. The Democrats' own voters recognized them to be liars, like this Himes character, and that Democrats are just pulling a political con game. See, that's the weight that the Democrats are carrying, the weight of all their own lies. What this Jim Hines character is showing you is the Democrats' political strategy for 2026, and truth be told, going forward, it's going to be to lie and lie huge. Just be shameless about it. Attack the very people who are actually making demands that will put you in office, but doing it the wrong way. Just lie enormously. And then you can rely on a compliant, sympathetic media that really isn't going to push back very hard, assuming that they push back at all. Democrats became nothing more than a DC-based social club. As far as they're concerned, a political party only serves one purpose: to make the party's candidates rich. Democrats have outright refused to do anything for their voters for decades now. Every time they get control of the government, they just do the same grab bag of goodies and giveaways for corporations that we've always seen. That's the weight that the Democrats are carrying. But as the black media has told you for 15 plus years now, Democrats have already decided they would much rather hoard themselves to corporations and lose elections than actually produce for the party's base and win. And they would also much rather lie about what they're doing than to own up to it.
Right. Exactly.
This congressman's lies also prove, as if we needed any more evidence, that Biden was never going to follow through on any of the phony promises that he made about police accountability and just openly lying about this. What this shows you is this came from the top. This is what the party line is going to be, literally. We're just going to sit here and say it was defund the police, but that hasn't been a thing for years. Just keep saying it anyway. We need these niggers to be on notice that we're going to be blaming them for everything. In fact, truth be told, as I've told you, we should go ahead and claim credit for it. You're losing elections, yeah, and you're not going to win them without us. Because what they think they're going to do is they're going to pivot and try to put together some sort of Frankenstein monster of a new constituency, comprised of white suburbanites, mostly white suburban women, they hope, who care about social issues like abortion, people who are on the left when it comes to issues like that, but who are hopefully fiscal conservatives who are going to vote the right way when it comes to Democrats' watered down GOP slate, which is what the Democrats are hoping to put in place. What the Democrats are hoping to do is to institute a form of white nationalism, but only is not going to be as rude and in your face as what Trump and Elon Musk are doing, but the end result will be the same. Now, if you want to complain about something, why is it that this Himes character didn't say, you know what, all of this talk about transgenderism, that became an albatross around the party's neck? No, they weren't saying that, because the entire point here is to actually point to black people and say, you niggers need to toe the line. You need to stop sitting here putting demands on us. So he told a complete lie, but you better believe this is what the DNC memo told their members of Congress to do. Anybody ask what the world went wrong, tell them defund the police. But you need to understand this lie the congressman told came from DNC headquarters. You don't say something like that without this being the party line. Defund the police was a winning slogan in 2020. Cities were burning and the police were literally under siege in front of the world. And yet after months and months of that, Democrats not only dominantly won back the presidency, but they also took back the House and the Senate. All of this while cities were burning and the police were literally being spanked in the streets. That proves to you defund the police was a winning issue. At the very least, it didn't hurt the Democrats. And by 4 years later, it didn't even matter by 2024, because by then nobody was talking about defund the police. Not even Trump and the Republicans were talking about it last year. The energy in the streets to actually hold the thugs in blue accountable for their crimes, that won the Democrats' elections, and they know it. They also know that what lost them the elections is that that party has become a whorehouse to corporations, and they keep having to invent lies to deflect from it. Republicans never attack their base. Democrats, on the other hand, are always attacking their own voters because they've noticed the trend that their voters are demanding that the Democrats defy the corporations and the donors who the Democrats have chosen to whore themselves to. Democrats want to keep on lying, getting their envelopes of cash and big donations from the tech bros and the hedge funds as they've been doing. And they want to keep continuing to hold office without actually doing anything for the people who put them in office. This is about maintaining a patronage system where Jim Clyburn can have his incompetent little daughter get appointed to the FCC, and then afterwards she goes on to get big, lucrative, quote-unquote, consulting jobs working for the very communication companies that she was supposed to have been regulating when she was on the FCC. It's all a grift, a con, a scam. And the demands that people like you and I are making threaten that scam. The Democrats' entire political platform is to preserve the racial patronage scheme that is the United States, because that scheme has been very good to them. Where would creeps like Jim Himes or Jim Clyburn or Nancy Pelosi be if they couldn't hoard themselves to corporate interests? They would wind up like people like Gary Condit, penniless on the streets. That's where they would be. Why would anyone want to vote for or support a political party that lies about how it's betrayed its own base, that lies about its failures, that openly refuses to do anything that their voters tell them to do, and then claims that what the base demands is bad policy? Who has the nerve to go up to the people who they claim to want votes from and then tell those people, you guys are all a bunch of fringists, you guys are just a bunch of lunatics and kooks, I'm not going to do anything you say, all these things you're demanding that you claim you have to have for your survival, well, this is bad politics and I'm not going to do it. Now go vote for me. That's what this clown Jim Himes is doing. That's what the rest of the Democrats have done. The demands that are coming at the Democrats from their base are scaring these establishment tools. I'm the one who you heard saying that if the Democrats truly think that America is repeating the 1930s, then the obvious solution is the Democrats need a 21st century version of FDR. But as I've also pointed out, even the weak and flimsy morality, if it can be called that, of FDR, even that is too threatening to the current Democrat establishment. The Democrats of today won't even invoke FDR's name because Roosevelt actually made fundamental changes to a system that didn't even work for white people. Democrats are stuck on the horns of a dilemma. Yes, obeying the base would win elections like it did in 2020, but it wouldn't win them the right way, which means in a way that doesn't change the status quo, in a way that pleases the party's donor base who they're utterly beholden to, which is the same base that the Republicans are. Now, the problem for the Democrats is all of their feculent attempts to try to pivot, to get some new base, to appeal to some new voters outside of the traditional voting bloc, well, that just hasn't been working. Rahm Emanuel's Biden Republicans never materialized, and those white educated women that Kamala Harris thought would turn out in droves to protect abortion, well, they didn't materialize either, because white women understand that their position in the world isn't based on their gender, it's based on their race. And everyone knows that the Republicans are the most openly strident about protecting white privilege. Democrats are trying to create a new voter base, one that won't leave them vulnerable to the demands that black voters have been making. But it just hasn't worked. So we see Democrats trying to harangue and browbeat black people into silence. Have you ever seen any Republicans say that the angry white people in Charlottesville or elsewhere need to be quiet, that they're costing Republicans elections, even though that's exactly what they did? They run around with swastikas and Confederate flags. They storm the Capitol. They assault the police. They're chanting, Jews will not replace us. They assault the police, kill people. And Republicans not only refuse to criticize these criminals, they praise these animals. People like Tommy Tuberville say, you call them white nationalists, I call them my base. This is what they do for violent, racist traitors. Rather than denounce or even so much as criticize these creeps, Republicans instead decide, well, let's go ahead and sound like them. So you get garbage like Moron DeSantis, Glenn Youngkin, Jeff Landry, Greg Abbott, and others who go out of their way to make it clear, oh, these little racists that you see with the swastikas and such, they set the tone for the Republican Party. And then you got Elon Musk giving Nazi salutes, and you got people pretending not to know why that's happening. It's because the Democrats have made the world safe for the racists to go ahead and just openly play to that kind of lowest common denominator in the society. That's what happens when you have a political party that is blatantly nothing more than controlled opposition, whose actual job is understood as nothing more than to make sure that a certain racial status quo is maintained. Make the world, or at least America, safe for white supremacy. That's the Democrats' job. And what do Democrats do regarding their own law-abiding peaceful voters? They yell at them, call them thugs, and claim that their demands should be ignored. We shouldn't be listening to you people, even though it was those voters' exact demands that put the Democrats in power. Democrat mouthpieces on cable have long said that Republicans aren't at war with Democrats, they're at war with democracy. Well, the GOP certainly has plenty of help on that one, because Democrats are not at war with Republicans. Democrats are not at war with fascism. The Democrats are at war with their own base. Democrats see their base as either demanding things that Democrats are determined not to do, or they see them just staying home altogether. So understand that this is what I told you would happen. Democrats would not discover religion after their defeat and say, man, we get it now. We have to produce for our base. No, instead they would double and triple down on these people out here. They're just a bunch of far left extremists. We can't be talking about them. These guys are going to lose us elections. They would double and triple down on lying. They claim to be so concerned about fascism, and yet they lie day after day about the one thing that actually worked to get the Democrats in power. This is two political parties with the same overarching objective: to maintain the racial status quo. Black people have pushed, and now the Democrats are attempting to push back. This is going to be their strategy for 2026. They're not going to be running against Trump or Musk or against any alleged American fascism. Instead, we're going to see the Democrats and the white media working together to push the false narrative that the Democrats are going to move away from those far left extremists, you know, the ones making all of those demands, all of this stuff that's just so unpopular with the American people. The Democrats, they're going to reinvent themselves by embracing white suburban values and embracing the police and basically a Reaganite platform in all but name.
Right.
That's the Democrat strategy. They're going to go out of their way and bet the farm on pushing this narrative that the Democrats, they're moving toward the center. The Democrats are so far to the right, they are what the Republicans were in the 1980s. So if they're sitting here moving toward the center, they should be moving towards us. But we know what that really means. They're not going to be moving toward us. They're going to be moving away from us. And they're going to be telling people, well, the Democrats are moving in the right direction. No, we're going to be trying to have sensible policies. We're going to be having moderates. The Democrats are not moderates. The Democrats are right-wingers at this point. And when their pathetic attempt to rebrand this pivot to the right as being some sort of move to the center fails, you can bet that Jim Hines or some other DNC whore is going to be back in front of the cameras telling more lies about their defeat. Only this time, they'll probably add reparations to the mix, too. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Wally Bilal, Faith Speaks Life, Gordon Gates, Rose Arnold, and Fred Williams. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka. What are your thoughts on the Dems 2026 plan to blame defund the police for everything?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. Okay. Now, another thing is that came across my desk here in Las Vegas recently, that there was a black police officer about 4 days ago that beat the living dog shit out of a white boy who resisted arrest. Okay. And then so therefore, you know, white folks was out there, oh no, this is bad, reverse discrimination and all that old type of bullshit. But hey, it ain't no fun when the rabbit has the gun and the brother worked him with a pair of handcuffs and a nightstick, and the nightstick glide gracefully upside the white boy's head. You know what I'm saying? The brother put in some work, but keep in mind though is that I'm quite sure he would have done a brother in worse. You see what I mean? But I just appreciated the fact is that karma returned it. You see what I'm saying? Now, if only if them sorry ass bastards who beat our man down there, Mr. Nichols in Memphis, Tennessee, if only if they had this type of mindset. You see what I mean? And quite naturally, of course, the chief of the Memphis Police Department, you know, she has a tainted past. with her husband when she was down there coming up through the ranks in Atlanta. You know what I mean? You know, he's got a tainted past, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't good at all. So therefore, the police are nothing more than thugs with badges. But keep in mind, it is the Yassa Boss syndrome that has grabbed the black police officer, you know, by the horns. Okay. Shout out there to Ms. Cass Brooks, and I'm sure Jay Militant is quite familiar with Miss Cass Brooks, who went up there, Cat Brooks, who went up there and told the San Francisco Police Commission that if you don't get rid of Greg Sir's sorry ass, okay, that not only will she shut down the Bay Bridge again, she will shut down the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate Bridge. And as we all know, the city of San Francisco starves commercially. Okay, now getting
back to these Democrats. No.
Oh, back to the Democrats. Okay, well, the Democrats, hopefully they'll go ahead, crash and burn. You know what I'm saying? And now's the time for a third party candidate to come up. You see what I mean? And what have you. And this here would be the very, very perfect opportunity to do it. And if I would have had like 20 years of youth younger than what I am now, hell, I might even might give it a shot, but I would need security. You see what I'm saying? Is because first of all, the first thing I would say and emphasize and keep emphasizing, if it was not for all that free slave labor, which contributed greatly to the gross national product of the United States back then, okay, they wouldn't have the wealth that they do now. Now, keep in mind, dumpsters, stinky birds, little stinks, and what have you. They are fabulously wealthy, and if it wasn't for us, you know, this country wouldn't be what it is. Okay, forging thought. You shut down the bridges for 5 minutes, it affects the entire Bay Area for hours. Facts. Look at what happened to the Bay Area in 1989 when they had to tear down they had to rebuild the stage of the bridge from Oakland to Yerba Buena Island. Them folks forging thought had to drive all the way up to the Richmond Bridge, pay a toll there, cross the Golden Gate Bridge, pay a toll there. See, you always pay the toll each time that you go into towards or into San Francisco.
Yep.
They say, you know, the Barbary Coast, as in barbarians, you know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about. You see what I mean? Okay, so
and now $5 each way.
No, sir, it is now $7. I got a bill. Yeah, and what they do, they copy that same bullshit that you got in Colorado, where they ain't got nobody there. They just read your plate, then send you a bill. You know what I mean?
Road out here. The only toll road we have is E470.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they sent me a bill too when I got stranded in that fucking snow.
Well, you were warned, Shabaka. We don't want to hear that. You were warned.
Yeah, man, that shit was horrible, man.
We effed around and found out.
The hard way. Now, here's something for you, man, that you're gonna love, Brother Paris. The damn Lakers lost tonight to the Chicago. They lost to the Chicago bullshit.
Great news.
They lost to the Chicago bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that a bitch? You know what I'm saying? Losing to the Chicago bullshit, you know. But however, it was a beautiful thing, you know, watching the brother work them handcuffs and a nightstick upside the white boy's dome. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, so we need our haters and trolls to come in there, you know, with that hateful ass shit. Is because, see, what happens is, people, is that under the law of the universal law of polarity, when it comes to the electromagnetic spectrum, all this negative shit that our trolls put in on us, okay, we convert it and turn it into positive energy. Okay, Fortune Thought says, I don't even take my car anymore. I just lean back and make sure they got a good view of the back of my head over my motorcycle plate. Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, man, you might consider, man, when you go across that motherfucker, man, you know what I'm saying, is to cover up your license plate. A couple of people been doing that. Yeah, covering the damn license plate up. You know what I mean? Shit.
Yeah.
And then they out there talking about, well, the tolls is there to pay for the bridge. Man, the motherfucker been up there damn near 100 years. They unpaid for that son of a bitch again and again and again and again and again.
They gotta keep replacing the suspension.
Huh?
They gotta keep replacing the suspension on it. Because you know the bridge moves.
Oh yeah, particularly there in Quake country. Oh hell yeah, I don't see how it cannot move. And then, as you know, with the Golden Gate Bridge, what they do is that they paint the Golden Gate Bridge from one end to another. Then they start back and do the same damn thing again, is because that salt water is murder on paint. Now, keep in mind when they was rebuilding the Bay Bridge, a lot of them damn bolts and shit. You know what I'm saying? They was getting from China, and them motherfuckers was breaking. Okay, Forging Thought says if they pull me over, I'll just say I was brushing it off for you. Ha 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 ha. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. You know what I mean? And also to be sure to ask him what is his probable cause of stopping you. And if when he gives you a smart ass answer, just request to see a supervisor.
All right, Shabbat. And the topic at hand. What are your thoughts on these Democrats and their plans for 2026?
Okay, I want to see them crash and burn. You know what I'm saying? Because I won't be voting for them. You know what I'm saying? I already took my voter registration card and shattered it. Man, I ain't wasting my time with these rigged ass elections. You know what I'm saying? However, I am open to bribes. It's because that seems to be the new American way. Now, if you motherfuckers want to go out there and pay a couple of $100, hell, man, I'll vote for the goddamn donkey and jackass for the Democratic Party.
That is illegal. You're not supposed to charge
illegal
for vote.
To quote the words of Al Pacino in one of his most famous movies called Injustice for All, you're out of order. The whole trial is out of order. That son of a bitch deserves to go right straight to fucking jail. And he does. I mean, how in the hell, okay. Now, how in the hell you going to have a 34-count convicted felon be elected to the most holier than thou officers of the United States, of the integrity of the presidency of the United States? Look, Bill Clinton went and got him some head in there. Trump, he could have made a better choice than Stormy Daniels. You know what I mean? Oh, you know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, I'm just telling it the real. You know what I'm saying? I mean, man, hey, it makes no difference to me, man. You know, what a man does with a woman, that's his business. You know what I'm saying? Remember, people, it takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave, but it only takes 1 woman to put him there.
Oh, God.
So if you're going to go out here and fight over these women, do yourself a favor, come to Las Vegas and fight for some money. Now, I can't guarantee you know how you're going to come out of the bout, but fight for some money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I hate to have that attitude, but when you become a old bastard like me,
okay. Well, thank you for coming through, Fortune.
I have a nephew's birthday breakfast to cook, so I'm gonna book you. But y'all having an excellent night, and I'll catch you next time. Take care. Okay, Fortune Thought. By all means, you know, happy birthday to your nephews. You know what I'm saying, and what have you. Appreciate your Fortune Thought. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen,
so I'm gonna speak now because Shabaka all over the place. Democrats, y'all don't have to do better than this if you're gonna think that you're gonna flip the House and the Senate in 2026.
It ain't gonna happen.
This you thinking that you're gonna blame us for this defund the police stuff, which we ain't been talking about in years, but you want to blame us for that. You're gonna keep losing.
Yeah. You know, and then on top of it too, when they have these lawsuits against the police, instead of charging the taxpayers for their fuck ups, go seize their pensions, go see their houses, put them in a cardboard box. Yeah, go out there, put them in a cardboard box, let them get out there funky and nasty, you know what I'm saying? Can't find a place to shave, bathe, or piss, or shit. You see what I'm saying? And that'll hurt them real good.
Yeah.
Because these jokers know what the hell they doing. You know what I'm saying? When they come out there and put that nightstick upside your dome, they know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
They know what you're doing. Just like when they murdered Philando Castile. Yanez knew what the hell he was doing.
Yeah, he sure did. And the Asian community came out and rallied for Yanez. So much for your black and Asian, whatever bullshit and all this.
Wow. That's bad. And the man was just simply stating, he stated that he had a firearm permit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't Yanez says, okay, Mr. Castile, step out the car, put your hands on top of your head. And then Yanez could have put him in handcuffs, but soft handcuffs as opposed to squeezing them on your wrist where it cuts off your blood circulation. Yeah. Okay, man. Where's your ID for your CCW? Okay, remove the weapon from them, clear the slide, put a pin down it, and drop the clip. You see what I mean? Okay, man. You got okay, you got your card. Okay, you're good. Your Second Amendment right. Okay. All righty. So therefore, man, here's your clip back. Here's your round that I ejected out of the chamber. We'll put it back in the clip. Okay. And here's your weapon, sir. And you have a nice day. But that was too much like right.
Yeah.
Say that was too much like being courteous. Yeah. But however, the police are not elected law enforcement officials. They are policy enforcers. They evolved from the slave patrollers when we was getting away from Massa Charlie and hauling ass to freedom.
Yeah.
See?
And if they caught you, it's like misery, they get sent your ass right back.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. That's what the Dred Scott case was about. You see what I mean? And what have you is that a runaway is a runaway.
Plessy versus Ferguson too, Shabbat.
Say what now?
Plessy versus Ferguson too.
Okay, that's 1898 that I recall. A Supreme Court ruling. What's that? There, the separate but equal doctrine.
Yep.
Okay. All righty. Okay.
All right. So the Democrats again up to their own. They same old shenanigans. They lying about everything. And their latest.
Oh yes, sir.
This lie about immigrant workers being essential and the builders of the country and all this bullshit. Jasmine Crockett shit is running. So Afro Elite's going to give us an update on Jasmine Crockett shit.
All right.
Lies about immigrant workers.
Okay.
Rights of freedom is dead. We're coming to get our check.
Black first, my brothers and my sisters, welcome to the Afro Elite YouTube channel. We have much to discuss this evening because Jasmine Crockett is back at it again.
Oh, Lord.
All right. We already know what the situation is. We already know Jasmine. She's going to, anytime she's in front of a camera, she's going to make a scene. Anytime she's in front of a camera, she's going to say something. She's going to do something. She's going to say some DNC agenda, some DNC nonsense.
Yeah.
We know that. We know what Jasmine's about. We know what she gets down, how she gets down. We know this. This is what we know. So what did Jasmine do this time? So Jasmine was on a podcast recently, or a channel. It's not really a podcast, the 19th channel or whatever the case is. And she has said some, first off, very untrue, crazy statements that we are going to thoroughly debunk. Now, I already made a TikTok about it. I've already made a all my social media, YouTube, Short, TikTok, Instagram. But I want to thoroughly debunk this subject. I want to thoroughly get into this subject with you brothers and sisters, with you family. I really want to do that. So before we do that, what do I need from you guys? What I need from you guys is to not call me while I'm live. That's what I need from you guys to not do. All right. They always do that. What I need from you guys is to hit that like button as we are playing the copyright disclaimer to make sure that everything we play here is protected under the guise.
We need you to hit the like button.
Hit that like button and subscribe if you're not.
Love for you,
Copyright
man,
disclaimer under section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research.
There you have
Fair
it.
use
So,
is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
All right, so this clip real quick. Before we even get into the whole migrant situation, I was able to actually look, and I did post this before. If whoever is calling me, it better be an emergency, because y'all better stop doing that. All right, come on now. I posted this, and then I looked at the actual podcast, and she was saying something very interesting prior to. So I want to play for you a little bit of what she was saying before she said the crazy wild statement that has gone viral. Listen to this, y'all. And this is why we say Kamala lost. This is why. Listen to this.
We allowed ourselves to be divided. That's one of the things that I tell. And in this election, we allowed ourselves to be divided. That's one of the things that I tell people. We allowed them to distract us. And we allowed them to talk about the trans folk. And the trans folk, it's really them trans kids, y'all. According to them, the trans kids that want to play the sports. Lord have mercy, that is the biggest issue that we had. Since when? Find the little trans child that is ruining your life. I'm just like, what are we doing?
Okay. That didn't really blow up on social media. And I was glad that I was able to actually look into the situation and see, okay, so here she is defending trans kids again. Okay, because this ain't her first time. So she has a passion for getting out there and defending trans kids. And this is why they lost. Let me take this off. Okay, let's take this off. Let's break this down, y'all. Why they lost.
Yeah, 213.
Most of people with any bit of common sense don't agree with that. Okay, whether you are liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican, most people ain't on that page. Even the people, let me be very, very abundantly clear. Even the people who are pro-LGBT, even the people who are LGBT and they want the LGBT rights and they want representation and they want all that stuff, they still understand that there is a limit. They still understand that, yeah, okay, I don't think that a biological male should be physically competing against a biological female, whether they identify or not. Even people who are pro-trans, most of them, if y'all believe it or not, most of them who are pro-trans, they still even understand that there is a biological difference between a male and a female. And the thing is that the Democratic Party, Jasmine Crockett, does not have an excuse to justify why the DNC keeps pushing this agenda. So since she says it's not the biggest issue, and it's not, okay, it's not the biggest issue, but it is a big issue. And the most important part about that is it reflects the thoughts, values, and beliefs of the DNC. It reflects the agenda of the DNC.
Yep.
This is one of the factors, not the only one, but it's one of the factors why people are going away from the Democratic Party, because y'all do too much. This is insane. Let me show y'all some evidence. Since it's not a big deal, hold on, now I pushed the wrong button. Since it's not a big deal, like she was saying, it's not a big deal. Let me show you this. Can we read something a little bit? Can we read some real quick? Can we just read some real quick? Okay. So this happened recently. Transgender fighter Alana McLaughlin submits C-line provost in MMA debut. Okay, so we're gonna get into a little bit of this. Alana McLaughlin,
that's even
the
more
first
dangerous.
openly transgender athlete to compete in mixed martial arts in the United States since 2014. Won her, and when they say her, they mean
him.
But okay, her MMA debut Friday night, beating C-line provost via submission on the Combat Global prelims in Miami. All right. It says McLaughlin used a rear naked choke to get a finish at 3 minutes 32 seconds of the second round. So damn near instantly the fight started in the second round. The guy's choking her out. All right. It says former member of, and now he's a former member of the U.S. Army Special Forces. McLaughlin is just the second transgender to fight in MMA. Fallon Fox, who was the first, was K-size watching cage side watching McLaughlin. So you had all the transgenders up there. Now I want you guys to look at this picture. Take a good look at this picture.
That's
all right,
a man.
This person right here. Take a good look at this picture.
That is clearly a man.
This is Alana McLaughlin.
That's a man.
And this person is saying that he is a woman and he's able to compete in sports.
Let him prove his last menstrual
Now, if you was walking down the street and you saw this person jawline looking like a damn
his nasty, funky, stinking ass.
Rashi, does this person at all look like even a manly woman? Right. Does this person look like no? And we need to stop playing that game.
Estrogen anywhere.
But hold on, no. This is who Jasmine Crockett tells you we shouldn't be worried about.
There,
and why are we even bothered by this situation? We should ignore them while she's gaslighting us because he gets to compete in women's sports. I'm a woman now. Hold on.
Yeah,
you know something that irks me personally, and this may be just me, but it irks me personally. It grinds my gears. Let me zoom into the picture real quick. Do y'all see this?
Oh,
do y'all see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Got a black, or not a black, but a fist. Now, if you guys know, black folk are the ones who made this the fist a symbol of resistance, the fist a symbol of rebellion against oppression, the fist a symbol of justice. Essentially, we've been the ones to make this that. We've the ones who make. That's why anytime somebody throws a fist up, you instantly think of FBA because we're the ones who made that a thing globally.
Brother,
and it's been bastardized by all of these freaks.
No, it wasn't diasporic Africans that made that a thing.
Using this, and I'm not saying
it was FBAs. There was no diasporic Africans making that a thing. It was straight up FBAs, Foundational Black Americans.
Freak to be homophobic or transphobic or anything. I'm saying freak because that's what he is.
Let the brother go on and continue with his presentation.
Because this is not natural.
Okay.
It's been bastardized. And you see this all over the place where people want to remix our colors, where people want, or our symbols, where people want to put their symbols on top of our symbols or mix our symbols with their symbols or tie themselves to us. No. And they use the fist because there is no other symbol in the world that is as powerful, that is as resilient, that is as iconic as the black fist. There is none. There absolutely is none, which is why you see everybody in their mama taking the fist. Nobody can come up with anything different. Nobody can come up with anything better. Nobody can come up with anything even equivalent to that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Black Americans are not the only people who've ever had to to fight against something, but we are the icons of resisting oppression and resisting subjugation and fighting for justice. And I don't like the fact that they are using this, because this is not justice.
Right.
This is not justice, ladies and gentlemen. This is not what that is.
No, it's not. It's an injustice.
This is not justice.
Yeah.
Let me show you something else, because some people might think that, okay, well, maybe that's just one incident. Do you guys look at this? Let me show you this, okay? What Lana Thomas could mean for women's elite sports, okay? Although the number of top transgender athletes is small, the disagreements are profound, cutting to the core of the debate around gender identity and biological sex. Look at this real quick, and this came out in 2022, so this was only a couple years ago. It says the women on the Princeton University swim team spoke of collective frustration, edging into anger, that they watched Leah Thomas, a transgender woman who swam for the University of Pennsylvania, win meet after meet, beating Olympians and breaking records. Okay. It says on January 9th, the team met with Robin Harris, executive director of the Ivy League Athletic Conference. The swimmers, several of whom described the private meeting on condition of anonymity, detailed the biological advantage possessed by transgender female athletes. To ignore these, they said, was to undermine a half-century fight for female equality in sports.
I agree with it.
This is who they're talking about. Now, I asked y'all the first time. I did ask y'all the first time, so let me ask y'all the second time.
Where's the estrogen? I don't see no estrogen nowhere.
Just be me.
The motherfucker got a damn 5 o'clock
it's just me.
shadow.
Is this a woman? If you guys didn't know who this was, y'all didn't know this was a trans. Could he fool you?
That motherfucker ain't fool.
Let me hold on. Let me just show you the whole square body and everything. Could this person fool you into believing that they were born female? Could they?
Hell to the
and I'm saying they because I don't know the pronouns or whatever. Could he fool? Could he, she, they, them? It's their, whoever, whatever pronoun or adjective. Could this being?
That's the proper adjective.
He could fool me.
It's a fucking.
I don't know. I don't think he could fool anybody. But this person is sitting up there swimming and breaking records in the female league. He couldn't break no records because he used to compete in the male league. He couldn't break no records in the male league. Couldn't do it.
No, let him.
But he can break several Olympian records, meet after meet in the female league. Why? Because he's a male. That is why. He is a male. He is a male. And there's absolutely nothing that can be done to change that.
Right.
That's why.
Yeah, he still got to stand up to piss, right?
You don't even get a good close-up of the other people behind, but you can already tell the other people are actually female.
Right.
They're actually women behind him.
Right.
And this is who Jasmine Crockett, like I'm telling you, this is who Jasmine Crockett is telling us that we got an issue with, because we should just be ignoring. We should just straight up be ignoring the fact that these people are coming over and doing this stuff. Let me tell y'all something. This is why Kamala lost. This is why she lost, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And it's not even because trans athletes in sports is such a big deal, or it's at a high number. It's a big deal, but it's not even at a high number. It's the fact that the Democratic Party goes to such an extreme, and they have no rationale for it. No justification for it, so much so that they just gaslight you. They just be like, oh, we got other problems to talk about. Okay, well, we can do multiple things at one time, because it's not like you guys are ignoring it. You guys are trying to pass legislation to allow it to happen. So it's not like you guys don't want to pay attention to the issue. You guys just don't want to acknowledge all of the negative feedback that you are receiving from the public. That's just what it is. You're receiving a lot of negative feedback from the public. This is the problem. This is the problem. You wonder why she lost. But with that being said, now that actually leads me to the bigger clip. All right. The bigger clip was this. Okay, hold on. This hold on.
Talk about my trans kids. Then I would talk about
and just the way she said it. Now, this clip comes immediately after the first clip, but I talk about my trans kids. Okay. Do you guys know that Jasmine is not married? Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but okay. I mean, she just
You got feedback, sis.
Am I unmuted right now?
Yes.
Okay, so as a educator in the system, I have had a lot of issues with this.
Yeah.
Personally, because first and foremost, no child should be included in any of these rights that they're declaring, because no child has had sex yet to even know their preferred sexuality.
Right.
I feel like that's a form of pedophilia because it's sexual exploitation that they are pushing on these children.
Yep. You got an echo.
Now, if we're really guarding and protecting our children,
yep. Are you watching it on the computer?
If we're really guarding and protecting our children, let's be real about this. Our children haven't had sex. Our children haven't had sexual contact, hopefully.
Right.
So how do they know that they need to stand up for certain LGBTQ rights unless they're growing up in perverted homes?
That part.
Need to stand up for certain LGBTQ
You got an echo, sis.
unless they're growing up in perverted homes.
That part.
Need to stand up for certain LGBTQ unless they're growing up in perverted homes. Yeah. I didn't know that I had it. Maybe I need to go upstairs. Yeah.
What's agreeing with you?
Maybe I need to go upstairs. But what I can say as a teacher is that there are children that I have taught that literally have been told who they are before the first grade. And these children have showed up to my class with girl clothes on, full boys, and they still acted like boys throughout the whole day. That was the weirdest thing. Do you understand? Yeah. They still acted like full boys, and I still called that boy by his boy name, but he was dressed like a girl.
Oh my God.
Do you understand? His mother and his father that were in the home did that.
Yeah.
And you can say that a child asked you to do that. No, they didn't.
Oh.
And if they did, you break down the logic to them.
Right.
What kind of sense would it make for you to wear that? Like, and why do you have that and you have a house full of boys?
Right.
Ooh, I'm just, speaking logistically.
Yeah.
Why would you have girls' clothes in your house, in a house full of boys?
That doesn't make any sense.
Like, why would you even have that as an option?
Right.
It just, like I said, I've experienced a lot teaching. And that's the reason why I go against certain systems the way I do. The media system, you know what happened to me as a journalist in 2016. And now the education system, because I literally know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. And it's a whole educational vendetta held against us. Honestly, they'd slap us with an IEP, ADDA. Look, they slap us with so many diagnoses so quickly in the education system. So when you try and go anywhere else in life, you have that following you. That's what they've done. I've seen it done, and then they actually wanted me to participate in it when I knew that there were different avenues. I knew that there were psychological avenues. If I can talk to parents, if I can talk to the child, then there are certain things that can change. Why do I need to put this child on something that can damage their academic record, for one, and then also qualify them for drugs that they don't need?
Right.
Why would I do that?
But it doesn't make any logical sense.
It doesn't. And like I said, me seeing it firsthand in the system, I already know that this is very true. I've seen people who went to jail, right? Had the same damn number as their booking number that was their school lunch number.
Yep. Your free reduced lunch number becomes your DLC.
The preschool to prison pipeline, proven right there.
Yep.
I'm not bullshitting about this shit. I'm really not.
Yeah, but what these Democrats gonna do about it? They ain't doing nothing.
No, listen, what we gotta realize is the bird isn't gonna do nothing but flip it to us.
Yep.
And the right wing and the left wing are a part of the same fucking bird that is meant to fuck us.
Yep. Yeah, so Jasmine Crockett is caping for this type of shit. And she's trying to compare.
So this is why we gotta give the bird the bird. The bird is the word. No, really, at this point, the bird is the word.
Yep.
We gotta realize that the bird is what it is. It's both sides. They have an agenda, and it's a one world order. We gotta be willing to step the fuck off.
Yeah.
We have to be willing to go back into trades that made us prosperous. Shoemaking, toiletry, all kind of shit. Sustainable shit. Fuck being a cosmetologist. Fuck being a rapper. Fuck being any type of entertainment.
Yeah.
Because yes, you're going to get paid big, but it's only to distract the masses.
Right.
I'm not trying to be a dick to anybody who actually, you know what I'm saying, is doing what they need to do public wise and then using that money for good, whatever. I'm not trying to down or diss anybody. But what I will say is when you getting paid them billions, it's to distract.
Yeah.
It's not to empower, because in them contracts, they actually have it where they can help our people with their money.
Yeah, crazy.
Do you understand? Those are in those contracts. They have their money and it's very much theirs. But if they spend, I promise you, if they were to put $1 toward your campaign, bro, if they were to put $1 toward Umar's shit, if they were to put $1 toward like the unity community, if they would have put $1 toward that shit, their contract is null and void. You better realize these motherfuckers play to win.
Yeah.
And we have to play to win too. Stop playing with them.
Yeah. Right. You are so right. I'm gonna go back to the clip unless Shabaka got something to add. Shabaka, are you still there? You're unmuted, Shabaka. He must have stepped away or something.
Well, unpause it.
You see what Trump is doing? No, because it's not like black farms went up or flourished under Biden. They did not. Biden didn't look out for black farms. He didn't. So we're not going to sit up there and make it seem like it's one party versus the other. Black farms have been plummeting under both parties. Parties. So we're not going to play that game. But
okay,
this
can you
is
hear
what
me
they're
now?
sitting up there trying to tell you.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
This is what they're trying to tell us.
Yes,
we
we
just don't
can.
want
And
to.
Shabaka, am I
That's
right? The bird is the word.
Wouldn't want to do it. No, I gave you guys case after case after case.
Because it's both of these motherfuckers. It's both of them. The bird is the word. Are we gonna rotisserie this motherfucker or no?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. And it's a form of genocide. And I guess this Bluetooth probably, conked out on me.
Nature is on our side. But this is the whole thing. Nature is on our side. If we wake the fuck up and do the right thing, we got backing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna play the clip, y'all.
Play it.
People are doing work that citizens, first off, we have just too much dignity to be doing, and then second of all, it's illegal. These people are working in illegal conditions that we're not going to be doing. They're working as damn near slaves. We're not doing that. And we got to do everything on the up and up, and it's undercutting us. But let's continue to hear what she had to say, because she wasn't done. She wasn't done.
Pause, bro. Pause. I'm sorry. This is what I gotta say. If we're gonna do that type of work, we gotta do it for ourselves.
It exists.
Fuck trying to prove anything to anybody else.
So much money is
we
ridiculous.
literally don't need nobody else's approval. We built this motherfucker with no approval.
Right.
Or a group of people that will do work that some of the rest of y'all don't want to do. It's just the reality.
And here's the thing. I got to stop it. I don't know I was going to play, but I got to stop it. Let me ask y'all a question. How many people in the chat room, I'm not a dentist. I'm not a dentist. Okay. If you have an occupation that is not dental work, if you're not a dentist, if you don't work at a dental office, I want you to raise your hand in the chat room. Put the hand raising emoji in the chat room. I want to prove a point. Let me just prove this point real quick. If whatever your job occupation is,
but I know the significance of my teeth.
Put your hand up in the chat room. I'm going to say for myself,
my teeth are crystals.
I'm not a dentist. I have never worked at a dental office. I never really had any desire.
I didn't have to be a dentist to know the significance of my body.
Let's see. Okay, we got people with their hands up. There are people with their hands up. Okay, we got people. There's a few people. Never been a dentist. Never been. I don't know why the chat is like.
Like I said, I'm like my hand is up. Never been a dentist, but I know my body.
Never been a dentist,
and I know that my teeth are crystals.
You might want to own a restaurant.
That's why they want to take our wisdom.
You might be a nurse. You might be doctor.
That part.
Okay, there's some people who,
and that's why they get paid so much
you might
for
be a
those
police
teeth
officer, you
too.
might be a lawyer.
Where do they
You
go
might be an
though when they're
electrician. You
being
might be a
sold?
construction
That's the
worker. You
questions
might
we
be a
need to
mechanic.
be
You might who
asking,
Well, they let me keep my
and
wisdom.
what they're using them for.
Well, I
They
kept
Good
buy
my
our
question.
wisdom teeth from dentists.
Yeah, but I don't know all about that. I know when I
Like I said, it goes way back. Like they use so much new technology only to go way back in custom.
okay, but like
Yeah.
it's super random. Okay, so when I had my
I'm
wisdom
gonna
teeth
chat
pulled
back
out.
in just a second. This is the Munchkins to tell me good night.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I know when they took my wisdom teeth out, I was able to
Right.
keep mine.
You did right, because when they took mine out, I was so loaded, man. I didn't know which way it was up, but I damn sure felt that scalpel in my jaws the next day.
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
And I did have one that was
But
growing in
look at how many
sideways.
shots, how many
Yeah, I had like 2 or 3 like that. That's why I had to get removed.
Mm-hmm.
hands are in the chat room. Look at how many hands are in the chat room saying that they have not done dental work, they don't do dental work, and they never have done dental work. It's a lot of hands. But do you think that because we see these hands, do you think that it would be appropriate for me to say black people don't want to be a dentist? Why would black people don't want to be a dentist? Look at how many black people are not dentists. That's proof that black people don't want to be a dentist.
I beg to differ with
It wouldn't be
Afro Lead on
appropriate
that,
to say
because
that,
Miles
because
Davis's
just because I
father
don't
was
want to
a
be a dentist, or I've never been, I don't have any aspirations to become a dentist, or you all may not have any aspirations to become a dentist, does not mean that we get to sit up here and justify black people being locked out of that workplace. There are a lot of black people, and I know some, mine is, who are dentists. There are black people who are dentists. There are FBA who are dentists. Now, do all FBA want to be dentists? No. Do most want to be dentists? No. Most people just don't want to be dentists. Let's be honest. But do most people want to be dentists? No. But there are plenty, thousands of black people who would be a good dentist and who wants to own their own practice, who wants to have their own clinic or whatever the case is. There are. So we can't say, well, I wouldn't want to do it. So that means that we should close the market and it shouldn't be an open market. That means that because I wouldn't want to do it, that means that we should block the opportunity. We should stop the chance of any black person doing it. We should allow this other group of people to have a complete monopoly on dental work because we don't want to do it. I don't want to do it and you don't want to do it. A handful of people don't want to do it. So we shouldn't have that opportunity. Let me tell you something. These people are diabolical. Okay, this is unscrupulous behavior because no other group of people think that way. Even if it's something that culturally or socially they wouldn't prefer to do, they don't want to be locked out of it. Oh no, they don't want to be locked out. They don't want the market closed for them.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
They want the opportunity to go in and out
as
they
I had
please.
Impacted wisdom teeth.
We're the only people
sideways.
who were getting pushed out the room. We were the original farmers here. FBA, we were the original farmers on this land. We've been farming since we've been here.
Man, we was the original farmers, period, on the whole goddamn earth.
Now they're allowing illegal workers to come in, and we're getting pushed out of the market and be like, no, I don't want to be in here anyway. Get out. No. Don't sit up there and say we don't want to be in here anyway. You're gonna tell the black farmers they don't want to be there anyway. You're just, and this is why it's not is very anti-black to even make this rhetoric, because you're justifying black people losing opportunities in a country that we made, in a field that we really cultivated, that we made flourishing, that we made popping, because the Europeans weren't able to get this farm stuff popping. We were the only ones able to get this farm stuff popping. We're the ones who made this work. and we're getting pushed out because you can get somebody to do it cheaper because it's illegal, but you get them to do it cheaper because they ain't gonna really say nothing because they're not supposed to be here. But we gotta suffer. We're collateral damage to them cheating. And the Democratic Party is justifying that by saying we wouldn't want it anyway. That is diabolical. That is the man. Come on.
Yeah.
No, it's called.
And this doesn't just go for farms. This doesn't just go for farms. This goes for farms. This goes for building houses. The hell? This goes for farms. This goes for building houses. This also goes for even making up beds in hotels, which, mind you, they don't really do that well. If we can keep it a buck, can we keep it real? Can we keep it 100? They don't really do that well. They really, 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 really don't.
Yeah.
I've been across this country. Okay. Okay. I've been LA, DC, Atlanta, Texas. I've been all over the place. And I'm gonna tell you right now, these housekeepers or whatever the case is are some of the laziest people you've ever seen. Let me tell y'all a quick story. The last time I was in DC, okay, I was in DC. I was leaving my hotel. It was kind of early. It wasn't checkout, but it was kind of early. And they come in the morning and they knock on the door and they hope you say, never mind, and leave it alone. Okay?
Oh, we got Michael on the.
So since I'm leaving and everything like that, I put my jacket on. I'm be all like, oh, okay. I open the door for them. Be all like, oh, y'all can come in. Y'all can, clean up or whatever the case is.
Okay.
Whatnot.
Noted.
She looked. I'm telling you, this little Hispanic girl looked disappointed. She looked like I told her she got fired. She was like, really? She was like, really? I was all like, okay, like everything okay? And she was like, I mean, yeah, I guess. I'm all like, okay, like, cause I don't really leave my hotel room messy like that. I'm all like, if you got to do something else or you want to come back? She's like, I can come back. And I was like, yeah, I guess you can come. Cause I wasn't really tripping. I only opened the door because I was leaving anyway. I wasn't really tripping on her cleaning the room. But I was all like, do you got, because I didn't even know why she was acting like that. I'm like, do you want to leave? Do you want to come back? She was like, I can come back. She made it seem like I said, I gave you your job back. She was like, I can come back. And I'm like, yeah, I guess you can come back. I'm about to leave anyway. She said, okay, thank you. She never came back. She never came back. I came back. My bed was still unmade. I still had coffee cups on the desk. This girl never came back. She never came. What they like to do, and I'm not the only one with this experience. Put a 100 emoji in the chat room if you can relate to what I'm saying right now. They'll knock on the door and they'll do it, and hopefully somebody will be in there and they don't really feel like getting up or whatever the case is. They'll knock on the door and then they'll leave, and then they'll never come back. Okay. Most of the time, because they're supposed to clean your room the whole stay. Okay. They're supposed to clean it the whole stay. How many times do they not clean it one time? I've been at hotel. I'm like, do y'all not clean nothing around here? Y'all don't clean nothing. Y'all don't clean anything around here. They don't clean up. You get in the room is okay clean, and then you leave. Any cleaning up you doing yourself. So all these, they don't even want to make up the beds. These immigrants ain't making up the beds. And this also goes to further prove that these people are not no hard-working people like that. These people are not no people who are, they're just going to wake up early and they're going to make it happen there. And these people are not that. That is not who these people are. That's not. And we're going to stop playing that game. Yeah, you got to ask for towels and you got to ask for that man. Back in the day, they used to knock on your door just to check up on you. Oh, do you need fresh towels? Do you need some more soap? Do you need some more? You can't get nothing. You got to go find somebody. You got to go to the front desk and be all like, sir, can I have some soap?
What hotel you
know
in.
what I'm saying?
Because
can I have some more towels? And then they send somebody else. These housekeepers be hiding damn near until it's their time to, I guess, do their rounds. And then they knock on the door or whatever the case is. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all, these housekeepers probably play ding dong ditch when they were kids, the way they knock on the doors and then run off. They be, and then bounce, and then they just gone. By the time you open the door, they all the way down the hallway, running down the hallway, short as hell. They ding dong, they knock on the door. Oh, okay, nobody home, and then they leave. And your room don't get clean. So this narrative of y'all don't want to make up the beds, it looked like ain't nobody making the beds up. That's what it looked like to me. Ain't nobody and y'all been confirming it. Y'all not saying it because I'm saying it. Y'all saying it because y'all experienced it. Y'all been confirming that. Okay, you got housekeepers playing now. Black folk was not allowed to play no ding dong ditch. Okay, you gonna have all of the black. If the room ain't clean, black people getting called into the office. Because first off, y'all know they gonna complain on us. Y'all know they gonna complain on us. Be all like, there's gonna be somebody be all like, sir, I like my towels folded in a triangular fold, and it was folded in a square fold. I don't know what your housekeepers are doing. They're gonna be like, Jamal, get in here, Jamal. Why is his towels not? They gonna make us. If we was housekeepers, we would be cleaning, we'd be unpacking, we'd be packing, we'd be cooking the food, we'd be having to do everything. These people don't do nothing. They don't do a damn thing. Okay? And don't nobody complain about it. So let's not make it seem like these people are doing any type of back-breaking work. They are not. Let's not make it seem like they no. The hell? I'm sorry, I went on a little ramble right there, y'all. Y'all gotta forgive me, okay? We family here. I just really had to drive that point home because I got personal experience with that. That's why I keep my hotel clean, because I know they ain't gonna do it. Now, I don't necessarily do the details of making a bed up necessarily. That's not that big of a deal. But I make sure the hotel clean, because if I don't do it, they ain't gonna do it. So that's just how it is. But boy, I digress. Let's continue.
And the beauty of the people that are coming here is that they don't have these opportunities at economic wealth at all. And one of the most beautiful stories, I'm not going to reveal his name, but it exists down in South Texas. This man got so much money, it's ridiculous. I don't know how much money he got. He got a lot of money. But he came over here as a child and worked the farms with his father. And he now owns the vast majority of South Texas, as far as I'm concerned. But he worked hard and he worked up, and it was an opportunity that only existed here. And so we provide these opportunities, but even for people that are like, I just want to take care of.
Why don't they create those opportunities home? Why don't they create these opportunities? You work in a farm with your father. Why don't you work at the farm with your father back at home? Because these are the opportunities that y'all not allowing us to get. We can't get these opportunities. And y'all are talking about that you guys are opening the door for opportunities for them. So number one, don't talk about they're discriminated like we're discriminated against. Number two, they can go home. And then she says he owns half of South Texas. I don't know what that's about. I don't know. She didn't even give a name, so I don't know who she's referring to.
And Texas is
but whoever she's referring to, if these people are just so, go home. And then if he works so hard, let me ask y'all a question. And I know I just went on the thing, right? Let me ask y'all this. If they work so hard, why don't they notice they never like save up and then be all like, okay, now I'm going to go back to Mexico. Now I'm going to go back to Venezuela. Now I'm going to go back to Salvador. And now I'm going to start repairing my homeland, or I'm going to try to change they don't do that. They stay here. All of them do. All of them do. They don't ever want to really leave. If they go back home, they go back home to visit. If they go back home, they go back home, and they might build another house and have dual citizenship, but they don't ever want to just be back home. Ain't none of them trying to do that.
For my family. I don't know how long the dollar is going to be strong, but typically the dollar is strong. And so people will come over here. They will work hard. They will earn an honest living. They will send that money home. And it's money that y'all won't work for.
I'm sorry, lady, you full of shit.
But that money goes so far.
That is so disrespectful. This is the disrespect. And this is why black folk ain't rocking with the Democratic Party. It's money that we won't work for. Says who? Because y'all sitting up there, black farmers are losing their farms by the thousands, as you sitting up there talking about is money that we won't work for because a little immigrant boy was working on the farm with his dad. More than like, let's be honest, if he was a boy, because the thing is that we have in this country child labor laws. So even if you have your parents' consent to work, there's still hours that you have to abide by. There's still laws, stricter laws that you would have to abide by. If you're dealing with somebody who's like 15 or 16 versus if you're dealing with somebody who's 18. And these farms, as I just showed you guys earlier in the stream, these farms bypass a lot of those laws, a lot of the pay laws, a lot of the safety laws, a lot of that stuff. These farms and these companies, and I'm using farms as an example, it's not just farms, but since she's talking about farms, these farms in particular, they do. So the fact that she's going to be all like, yeah, it's jobs that y'all won't work for, that's a lie.
They will earn an honest living and they will send that money home. And it's money that y'all won't work for.
Yeah, I hear you, Mac 285. I don't care about Americans either. I care about black people.
Saving their families
Fuck all these other
at home.
groups.
And so I'd say stop demonizing people.
Let them hold
These
their
are the
own
people that are
breath.
really making us great in this country.
We are Americans.
And so I would.
I'm a diaspora
These are
African,
the
sir.
people
We
who are
already
making
had that
us great in
conversation.
this country.
Okay, well,
Notice how when it comes to credit
that,
for the country, notice this is something that the DNC
It's
is
not
doing
by
a
the
lot.
LAPD.
The DNC
They'll
is doing
remind
this
you.
a lot. Notice when it comes to who quote unquote makes America great. Notice that they always give these to be the immigrants. Who it's really the immigrants who built the country. It's this the country is a land of immigrants. Immigrants are the backbone of the country. It's the immigrants who are making us great. Notice we just get pushed out the picture altogether.
On that issue, speak
Let
for
them
yourself.
tell it. We just don't exist at all. It's them who are making us great because they're making up beds that we don't want to make up.
Like if you actually travel outside
Why
the
would
country,
I want to make up
Have
somebody's
these
nasty ass bed?
conversations, but when you're doing the clickbait and they're saying, oh, they're giving them everything that we don't have and all this kind of stuff, and they're not talking about the fact that undocumented folk contribute billions in tax. I think it was $100 billion in tax revenue that we got. They pay into taxes.
A lot of that, let's be real, a lot of that is very let me break that down. Let me break that down. Okay, now we're starting to break it down bit by bit.
The Mac
A lot of
285,
that is
Trump is
they talk
lifting
about they pay
passports.
into
You know
taxes.
that, right?
When you go to
Particularly
the
with
grocery
us.
store and you buy a gallon of milk, that gallon of milk is taxed. The grocery store is taxed. When you go to a gas station and you put gas in your car, the gasoline is taxed.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's why some states have higher gasoline prices than other states. I can go
Like
to
California.
Chicago in the city downtown. The gas is going to be a lot more expensive than Indiana, and is literally about like 40 minutes difference.
Well,
It's not
the
like
same
no crazy
thing
state
here
difference,
in the
and that's
West,
because of a lot of the taxes and stuff like that.
between
Chicago has
California and
higher
Nevada.
taxes on these things. If you buy a can
that's
of pop,
crooked
that's
ass
taxed,
politicians.
right?
That's Brandon Johnson.
By me
Mayor
taking my
Daley
money
shit.
and purchasing these things, essentially, that's arguably paying taxes because I am paying taxes on these goods. Okay, these people, a lot of these people are working, and they're not even going to talk about this. I'm going to talk about it. A lot of these people
Okay,
are
please
working
specify
just
Mac
cash,
285.
direct cash, because it's off the books. And because they're working off the books, that means they're not receiving checks. Because in order for you to have a check, you have to have an address, you have to have an ID, you have to have all of this stuff, and they got to put you on the payroll unless they write a check out to you, and then you cash that check at the currency exchange. But it's not like they're not getting direct deposit. They're not getting W-2. A lot of them are not getting W-2s. These are not W-2 jobs. These are people who work like damn near contractors, where you come in, I got a $50 bill. You do this work, I'm going to give you $50 at the end of the day. That's how it goes. So these people, because they're not getting W-2s, they're getting straight cash. They're not paying taxes like we're paying taxes. We're paying taxes because when I actually go to my job, when you go to your job, you clock in at your job, and that counts your hours. When you get your paycheck at the end of the week or every other week, you will see the deductions from state and federal taxes. That's when we talk about we pay into taxes, that's what we're talking about. And then depending on your tax bracket, you would have to actually pay more. But let's just say you're at the lowest or whatever the case is. That's what we're talking about. Our work is taxed. Their work is not. When they talk about paying into taxes, what, putting gas in your car? Notice she said, yeah, they pay into taxes. That's vague. And even if some of them do, all of them don't. That's the thing. All of them do not.
Guess what? They're not able to pull down on Social Security. So when you're
why they're not able to pull down on Social Security? Because they're not citizens.
You're talking about social, like there's so much that they give.
And they're not able to pull down on Social Security, but they get a lot of other stuff. They get a bunch of other stuff. They get a whole bunch of immigrant set-asides and immigrant programs and government programs and food stamps and SNAP and WIC and whatever they're calling it nowadays and Section 8, and they getting a bunch of stuff. So we're not gonna sit up here and play as if these people don't get no type. And that's the lie they like to say. That, oh, they're not getting no type of help. They getting a bunch of help. This is why New York is broke. This is why New York went into $1 billion in debt. This is why Chicago went to $1 billion in debt, because they're subsidizing these people who are freeloading off the city. That's why. They get a whole bunch of, don't make it seem we not getting nothing that they not already getting and ain't been getting.
Don't hire them.
Okay, let's continue.
Spend money with them.
They're happy about it because they know that these are opportunities they didn't have where they came from.
Go make those opportunities. We ain't here to make opportunities for other people that we don't have. Let me repeat that and make this abundantly clear. We are not here to make opportunities for people that we don't get to benefit from. We're not here to make opportunities that we don't get to partake in. These are opportunities that we're not able to partake in. But they're able to partake in this, and we need to feel okay with them partaking in this opportunity. That's what we need to feel. No. Oh, hell no. We're not doing that at all. We're not doing that at all. These lies that the DNC talks about, well, immigrants are able, they're just willing to do work that we're not willing to do. Why? Why do you think that these people are not willing to do stuff that we're not willing to do? What is it about the farms that they're willing to work at a farm and we're not willing to work at a farm? What is it really? And it's the fact that, you're not going to put me in no shack with no damn big ass cockroaches or no bed bugs. And I got to live there under the threat of death. And I got to wake up and get underpaid to work at your farm. I ain't going. I'm not going. And I know a lot of y'all not going either. We not going for none of that. That's why. That's why. It's the fact that you sit up there, you're not going to, let me tell you something. Black people, when it comes down to payday, Black people are probably the best math. I've never seen Black people better at math unless they looking at their check. Because I know in the like cartoons and stuff like that, when characters start looking at numbers and then numbers start flying all over the sky and all, and you damn near see the Matrix. You know how the Matrix thing had the green lines be going down? We be seeing the matrix when we be looking at our check. We don't know nothing about no long division, no multiplication. We don't know nothing about no algebra. We failed all of our algebra classes. We don't know nothing about that. We know about this check. We know about the check because we looking at the check like, okay, hold it. And you know how we do, because I'm not the only one. I know my people and I know how we do. We compare this check to our last couple of checks just to make sure everything is on the up and up. Just because they'll cheat us. And now I've worked at UPS and they try to do that all the time. They'll cheat us. Be all like, hold on, no, I did clock in late that one time. I wasn't no hour late, so that shouldn't be that. But I'm trying to think, okay, and we be looking. I don't see. No, it was 4 hours of overtime. I'm seeing 3.5. I'm seeing 3.5. That's not no problem. And that's a problem. Okay, I don't like that. We starting to look. Because the second we look, if we see the paycheck and the paycheck is a little shorter, we be all like, we circle back like, hold on. I was a little late coming in, but I didn't have a break that day. So we should cancel that out. So, okay. Actually, my check should be bigger because I was only 20 minutes late and my break is 30 minutes and that's off the clock. So I should have 10 minutes extra. So why did they take that off? I'm telling you, we be, man, we be having our pencil and we be sitting up there writing everything like, no. We be even looking at the taxes. Y'all know how we do. We'll look at the taxes. We'll look at the last, like, hold on. The state took this much out last week, and now they taking this much out. Okay. And we be comparing like, okay, is it more taxes? Am I being taxed more? Why am I being taxed more? Okay, so it's not the taxes. So it's the hours. Is it not the hours? So is overtime time and a half, or is it double time or time and a half? Because last week it was double time. Man, we all know how we do. We know how we do now. We is not about to go back to being finesse. We ain't about to go back to being cheated. We not going. We ain't going. We looking at our check, whether as a physical check, whether as direct deposit. And let me let you know something. If we got a problem with our check, HR is gonna see us. HR is going to see us. We're gonna talk to somebody. We're gonna talk to the schedule. We're gonna talk to the. I'm gonna tell you something. Whoever doing the HR and who writing the check, they hate working with black people. They hate, because on Friday you hearing a whole bunch of knocking at the door.
Yep.
They be all like, oh my God. Hold on. I just want to talk to you real quick. Hold on, Sarah. Let me talk to you real quick. Tell me why. Now, you asked me to do that overtime. Okay. And I put 4 hours, it's 3.5. So that's how we doing it. Man, HR don't like to see you. On Friday, when you get your check, HR, she be trying to go home early. Because she already know. You be short 30 minutes and you knocking at the door. Okay. Now I was supposed to be off 30 minutes ago, but I had to wait for you to get back from break because I can't go home with this check looking like this. Look, listen. And when they tell you, okay, man, well, there was a mistake or whatever the case is, so it's gonna roll over into your next check. You take that, black people turn into the mafia. Black people will turn into the mafia real quick. We be like, our next check, okay. So there's gonna be this on the next check. Be that on the next check, right?
Own business.
Okay. Let that not be there on the very next check. You don't know what we be damn near ready to fight somebody. We be damn near ready to fight somebody. Okay, we be kicking at the HR like, hey, you see at the next check. First off, that's even if we want to wait to the next check, depending on what we got going on. Because if we can't wait to the next check, we might not want to wait to the next check. It depends on what we got going on at the time. But and trust me, I've worked and they be always doing that, be all like, oh, I'm sorry, it was a mistake. I'm gonna just roll it over to the next check. And they'll hope that you forgot about it. So they'll have the next check, and we know how do I know we all know this? Because we all be on our stuff.
Yep.
We be sitting up there, oh, I'll roll it over to the next check. And then they'll just make sure the next check is right. So when you look at it, you don't really complain that much, but they hoping that you forget that your last check was short. I'm gonna tell you, we can work for a place for years and be all like, no, hold on. Remember that check back in March? Now I know it's October, but you did tell me you had me from that check back in March. Okay, I was short 27 minutes, so I don't understand why I don't have 27 extra minutes on this check right now. Like I'm gonna tell, we don't forget. We like elephants. We don't forget a damn thing. Not with our check. So we ain't going. And they know we ain't going. It don't care. I don't care if we was paid by, if we get paid by anything, we making sure our stuff is straight.
Yep.
Farms can't pay us by the hour and short us. If farms paid us by the strawberry and thinking they gonna short us by the we getting paid by the strawberry. Be all like, hold on now. See, that's a big strawberry. That's about the same size as 2 strawberries. So I need 1 for this. I need 2 for this strawberry. Okay, so you shorten me because I got a lot of big strawberries and you only paying me 1. I need twice as much money for this bucket of strawberry. We ain't playing. We ain't playing with nothing.
Nope.
We wouldn't want to do those jobs anyway. That's not true. That's not true. Now, these are the people who be talking about socialism and be talking about being anti-capitalist, but these are people just like the Republicans, because when we said there's a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, not really, not in this form, because the Republicans be doing the same thing, finessing people for big business, for big corporations, for these multi-billion-dollar corporations. That's what all of them are doing.
Yeah, you're talking about the invisible.
Whether they Democrat or Republican, they're all on the same page. They're all doing the same thing. She's sitting up here trying to make excuses so she can gaslight us and to say, why are y'all mad that they're coming over and doing all this stuff? Y'all wouldn't want to do it anyway. No. And because you guys are allowing, let me tell you why it's so messed up, because you guys are allowing them to cut corners, illegally cut corners when it comes to the labor, that makes them be able to say, even if they wanted to reinvest, it allows them to reinvest. It allows them to expand. It allows them to save up money for a rainy day, because a lot of people know, a lot of people who do farm work, sometimes you have dry seasons. Sometimes you know the farm just really ain't really turning out that much product like that, or the product goes bad. A lot of things can go wrong. If you work at a dairy farm, some of your animals might get sick, so you need that backup layer. But when you allow people to cut corners, you allow them a lot of wiggle room and access, so they can kind of make it out of a bumpy road. They can make it through a storm. But with Black folk, not only do we get the #1 scrutiny, we get disenfranchised by being sold bad seeds and terrorized and stuff like that. Not only that, but because of the fact that we have to do every single thing on the up and up, we don't get the opportunity that our competitors get to save the resources for a rainy day. And because my business, because I got to make sure everything is properly paid, my business don't get a lot of money I can sit on for a rainy day if necessary. They get a lot of money they can sit on and take home for a rainy day and for their own personal benefit. And what this happens is what this means is over time, these businesses get to flourish and grow at a rate that our Black farmers are not able to do, which is why if you're not making any money, then that means you're losing money. The longer you lose money, eventually that will mean that you have to shut the business down. You will have to shut the farm down. That's why we're having a lot of Black farmers who are closing their farms.
Yeah.
And the more Black farmers closing their farms, you got these big farmers that got government money, because it's not just illegals. They also get government. Let's not forget that. They also get government money, government grants, government subsidies. They get a lot of government benefits. Let's be real with that. Okay, let's not ignore that part. They get a lot of that, and they get to cut corners illegally. And because they get to do that, that allows their rate of growth to increase dramatically in comparison to the Black farmers.
In our neighborhood,
and what that does is that squeezes the Black farmers out of the market, because now everybody's going to these farms because these farms are that much more profitable. These farms are that much more can spend that much more money. Getting their trucks and stuff like that to deliver their stuff. These farms get to grow, and that essentially pushes everybody out the market. And the next thing you know is that these big farms, even the small white ones, because they do it, have a monopoly on agriculture in America. That's what happens. if we allow it to happen, that's what's going to happen. All right.
All right, I'm going to end it there. So, yeah, shout out to Afro Ali for debunking more Democratic lies. This time, about goddamn illegals working so hard and doing the jobs we don't want to do. I'm so sick of hearing that nonsense.
Yeah, that is a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, if we may, Brother Trey, I want to go on to George Foreman right now, and after I do Big George, I got to call it a night. Okay, wait a minute. Now, where's my damn?
Oh, her cell phone is charging at the charging station.
Okay, all righty.
I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get there. I think that's the next topic. No, the LAPD and there's like 2 more topics before that, Shabaka.
All right, okay. Now, what's happening with the laptop?
Well, first we got the Democrats and Freefall. Only 29% favorability, lowest ever.
Yeah, that's about right. I'm not gonna do nothing just for black people now.
And that's why they're at the lowest ever.
Well, recently CNN had ran a poll, and this poll was about the Democrat Party. And the Democrat Party is facing an all-time low. Let's go ahead and look at this real quick on the screen. So this is coming from CNN and they independent polling. And it's, as you can see here, the view of the Democratic Party, the favorability is 29%. How did this happen? How did the Democrat Party crash and burn this bad, ladies and gentlemen? How did that happen?
Ain't shit.
Why did that happen? And can Democrats turn this around? Let's look at it. How did it happen? You know, they play with black people too much. That's how it happened. Listen, the most attractive thing about the Democrat Party was FBAs.
Yep.
FBAs make things relevant. You better understand that. If we are wearing your clothes, everybody want to wear it.
Yep.
If we are wearing your shoes, everybody want to wear it.
Yep.
If we are the face of your political party and everybody making your political party the it factor because that's where we at, everybody going to be there. A lot of people going to support that party because we are there. Right? And what the Democrat Party done is lied to black people for the last time. You lied. You said you was going to do the George Floyd bill. You didn't do it. You said that you was going to look at qualified immunity. Then Biden gets in office and Biden says, no, we not going to do this, mess up the qualified immunity. Biden gets in office and say not only he's going to fund the police, he's going to fund them. He said that in his State of the Union address. You think black people didn't pay attention to how y'all just did a 360 on everything that you said to black people? Then you played with black people during that time period, talking about a reparations commission out of California. Governor Gavin Newsom signed the reparations commission. So the reparations commission went out and did their work. They did their study, right? And at the end of their study, they had findings to say, hey, FBAs are owed this much money based off of what happened. And we got to create an office to determine what group of FBA is supposed to get something, because it's not based on race, it's based on lineage.
Right.
And when it was time to create that office to determine who would be eligible for those reparations with the recommendations with the California Reparations Commission, Governor Gavin Newsom in California and a California Legislative Black Caucus conspired together to not even let the bill go to the floor, because they didn't want to vote on it, because they know if they wouldn't have voted on it, then it made them look bad. But sabotaging the bill was even worse. Then look at Kamala Harris. She prioritized LGBT. She prioritized immigration. Her and Joe Biden was Immigration Central.
Yeah.
Flooded this country with people. The CBP One app was flying. They get on there. 30,000 of them a month was being flown into this country and dropped off in various cities. While in these cities, they're getting free room and board, free food, job fairs that FBAs couldn't get, especially like in Chicago. They had a secret job fair just for them.
Yep.
But FBAs need to work, and they didn't get to go into those job fairs whatsoever. And FBAs saw all that. You understand what I'm saying? We saw the Planned Parenthood mobile van at the DNC in Chicago. All the problems that America has, and definitely FBAs, this is what you prioritize it: abortion. After everybody saw that you're prioritizing trans, you want trans in women's facilities. And a lot of us as parents, definitely as a father, don't want that. I don't want my wife in a position like that. I don't want my daughters or anybody's daughter, wives, or children or whatever be in that kind of position. You went too far. You went way too far in what you were doing. You went way too far in what you were saying. And a lot of people, including FBAs, have said, man, enough is enough. We got to reset this situation with this country. I am not voting for no Democrat, because if I vote for Democrats, then I am giving them my vote is an approval of the mess that they're peddling. And on top of that, they want to do all this censorship.
Okay,
look at the lockdowns, how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, Democrats, were getting people fired from their jobs. People was getting out of the military because they refused to do what they want them to do with that. You know, you're on this platform, got to watch it. They were losing their jobs, forcing people to do something against their will.
Yep.
People had enough. Why would they? Then after the fact, you still haven't learned your lesson.
Yep.
After Trump mollywopped y'all in the election, he won not only the electoral college by a lot, he won the popular vote.
Yep.
You can't even say that, well, he played the electoral college very well, but we won the popular vote. You can't even say that. You can't.
Well, it's the electoral vote that's elected president anyway.
Then after Trump get elected,
yeah, but usually what they try to do,
instead of going back into the meeting room, assessing what didn't work,
usually what they'll try to say is, well, we got the popular vote, but we lost the electoral vote. In this case, they can't even say that.
Right. And then also too, Brother Che, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the various states have state regulations of how they assign their electoral votes.
Yes.
You see what I mean? Okay, because say, and California is a damn state that carries the majority of the electoral votes. You know, the motherfucker will lose the popular vote, but then the goddamn state of California will get up there and award the electoral vote to the motherfucker that lost the popular vote in California. I seen that shit happen, man, about 8 goddamn times in my my lifetime.
Yeah.
And generally, what California does with its electoral votes, they flip it to the Republicans. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So California has gone red before, you're saying?
Hell yeah, man. Yes, sir. Just like I said before, Brother Che, is that when it comes to the gubernatorial election, California will sit up there, will elect a Republican governor and a Democratic lieutenant governor. Then in the next state election, the motherfucker will turn around and do the exact goddamn opposite. I've seen it happen 3 fucking times.
Wow. All right,
Yeah, it's fucked up in California. That's why I'm glad I don't live in that motherfucker no more.
No, you go and double down and triple down on the same things. Now, I don't hear y'all talking about abortion like that. I really don't. But y'all kind of shut up with that portion of it. But y'all still talking about LGBT. Y'all still talking about immigration. Y'all still talking about that. Still haven't learned your lesson.
Nope.
You don't even mention FBAs at all. The only time you mention this is talking about HR 40 again. And like saying HR 40 in our face right now is so disrespectful.
Right.
Especially when you had a whole Democrat administration giving billions of dollars a month to illegal foreign nationals. But with FBAs, you say, oh, we want to do a study. They didn't do a study to give them illegal foreign nationals no money. No study.
Why, Uncle Phil?
But when it comes to us, we got to have a study. You can't use study no more, Democrats. Gavin Newsom burned that bridge for you.
Fuck Gavin Newsom.
He burned that bridge.
Yep, he did.
So a study is nothing but no, we're not accepting no study. Forget a study.
A bunch of bullshit is what it is.
We need checks.
It's just a start.
And I don't believe black people should not fool the Democrats until they're cutting checks.
Right.
When the Democrats start cutting reparations checks, then we can go back and say, hey, that's how the Democrats, maybe we need to vote for them because, hey, they did right by us. And because black people are upset with you, because black people have even delineated from everybody and definitely delineated from the Democrats, everybody else say, oh, man, something wrong with the Democrats. The black people, their biggest supporter, have started delineating and saying, forget the Democrats.
Yep.
You don't know how that make you look? Black people were your strongest supporters. Nobody supported you.
That's better when the Gators lose.
And FBAs have said the hell with y'all.
Better than when the Lakers lose.
You don't know how bad that looks. That alone should have sent you into a crisis mode. But you thought that, well, if I can just be Republican light on some things here and there, maybe, they'll come vote. No, they're not voting for you. Right. White people's votes are going to be majority Republican, some Democrat, but more majority Republican. And white people mostly vote because of the economy. If Trump mess up the economy, they probably want to vote for a Democrat. If Trump do great with the economy, they're going to still vote Republican.
I kind of doubt that, Uncle Phil.
You're in this position because you didn't do right by FBA.
That's how they vote, Shabaka.
And I pray you lose
vote for one
4 to 6 election cycles. I want black folks to break you. I want black folks to keep sitting it out. Don't fool with you, and say, "Hey, you ready for reparations? You ready to pay or what?"
Right.
Until you want to pay, we gonna just have Republicans all day long.
Yep.
And that's what needs to happen to the Democrats. You putting out this little sassy Jasmine Crockett and all that, man. That's insulting.
Right.
Black women don't act like that, and Jasmine Crockett don't even act like that.
Right.
We know how she talk. We know how she really act. If she be herself, I would have more respect for her.
Right.
But your favorability go down to 18%. Keep on.
Keep it up, Democrats.
Nobody cares less about what the Democrats are doing. Y'all are a party of has-beens.
Yep.
When people look at the Democrat Party, they look at you like you're just out of style and out of touch. And nobody want to deal with people that's out of style and out of touch. Always remember that.
Right.
But Democrats, the only way you could turn that around is you pay reparations in the form of cash payments to FBAs. Then FBAs start saying, hey, let's go talk to the Democrats again. Because now they're putting money in our pocket. If you're not going to do that, well, we just keep having Republican administrations and Republican presidents for a while. And I'm good with that. It was going to make the Democrat Party a break and hopefully get their act together.
He just told on himself. He just told on himself. Well, and I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him.
I think he's just fed up with the Democrats. Like most of us should be fed up with them. All right, so you asked me about what's happening in LA. So Pastor Blacc is going to give us an update on that. And then we got George Foreman.
All right, and I'm out after Big George.
Okay.
Yeah, because
family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Okay.
Okay, let me put my.
Recently, America's favorite police department, the LAPD, have been back in the headlines again, so you already know that means it's another scandal. This time, a 10-year department veteran had secretly recorded some of his colleagues allegedly making derogatory and racist comments. Oh, say it ain't so. From the LAPD of all people, I can't believe it. The last time that there was a scandal like this was, well, probably 6 months ago. The white media saying that this is so shocking, but the only thing shocking about it is that it's not. And neither is the near total lack of response by the city's so-called leadership, except to actually back up the thugs in blue on this one. Karen Bass, the first black woman to be the city's mayor, is acting like Ed Bradley did. He was the first black man to be the city's mayor, and he was also mayor when the beating of Rodney King took place, as well as the LA riots that followed. And what did he do about it? He sided with the white power structure because he was depending on for his daily bread. Not to mention that fool was depending on the white power structure to underwrite his bid to be California's first black governor, which of course, as we all know, didn't happen. When you have these Negroes who are basically in business for themselves, they're just a bunch of self-interested social climbers. Nobody can call that progress. If these bootlicks were any real threat to the status quo, the white media would have been attacking them morning, noon, and night, telling every lie imaginable about them. The fact that that isn't happening tells you everything you ought to know. So, what's Karen Bass doing about the latest LAPD race scandal? The same thing her predecessors did about the ones before it, and it's no surprise that it's black people who are the main targets of these racist attacks. In one instance, you had a Latino police officer identified as Shirley Burgos who offered a tip on fighting African Americans. Quote, you hit black people in the liver. I heard they got weak livers, according to the complaint. And this same person allegedly described a fellow Hispanic as a wetback after the janitor complained about her. But this Burgos character was also involved in recruitment for the LAPD, and she often pulled officer candidate profiles to see what they looked like. And apparently she also gave failing evaluations to candidates on the basis of their appearance. Now, does anybody want to ask how many of these people she was racially profiling were black? And in another instance, there was a Hispanic officer who bragged that he called the police on black children for the crime of selling chocolates. As he put it, they didn't belong there. Apparently, they were too close to his neighborhood, I guess. This is the black-brown alliance that we keep hearing so much about. Trump is mass deporting these people who come from south of the border, and we have Hispanics saying that we're all in this together, but this is what black people have been dealing with for the longest time. You have Hispanics who are actually heaping hate on each other, just like you had those Hispanic LA City Council members who are attacking black residents. Nuri Martinez, who called a black toddler a monkey and also made disparaging remarks about fellow Hispanics because I guess she felt that they were too dark-skinned for her taste. This is what we've been talking about when we say you got people who come from countries that practice open anti-black racism. It's their culture, and they bring that racism to the U.S., and this is the end result. And yet, everybody tells us that that isn't happening, or if it is, we shouldn't be saying anything about it. And it's not just the LAPD. Time and again, we've seen across the country, whenever a company has some racist like this as their human resources director, we suddenly find that they're not hiring any more black people, not that they were opening the doors for black people to begin with, but it's been these people who claim when it suits them that they're people of color, and yet as soon as they get installed as a human resources director, next thing you know, they're the main ones saying we're not hiring any black people. Oh, and on a side note, where's Ed Blum at? He likes to run around making false accusations about racial discrimination. No surprise, he's nowhere to be found when real racial discrimination is going down. Because a number of the people who were caught on these recordings are in the LAPD's recruitment division, which means they're the ones who decide who's allowed to join the LAPD. Now, that practice in and of itself is a huge problem. You don't let any group decide something of this nature alone, especially when they have the kind of putrid racist record that the police have. Personnel ought to be handled by an outside and independent group, but most of all, selection for who is in a police department should be made by the community itself. This is not how you create a professional public safety organization. This is how you create a taxpayer-funded street gang, which is what the LAPD and every other so-called law enforcement organization in America are. The police should have zero say over who is hired, because that's been the entire problem. They select their inbred and incompetent family members and friends and their crooked buddies, and they also keep out honest people who won't go along with the corruption. This is the reason that these police departments have these alleged manpower shortages. Oh, we're having problems hiring people. Yeah, it's because they're letting the criminals decide who gets hired. And then the few decent people who do manage to slip through the cracks, they wind up being harassed, maligned, and ultimately run out by the dirty cops. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times.
Yes,
you never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools. Because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. Trash like this Burgos woman falsely claim, oh, we just can't find people who want to be in the police departments. No, what they mean is we can't find people who are as dirty as we are, who are going to protect our corruption. And it's not just in the LAPD. We see this nationwide. This has been the police's response to the uprisings of 2020. They're trying to do some little half-brained attempt to hold the line for the rest of their crooked pals. This incident has laid bare what we've already known, which is there is no Black leadership, period, in the City of Angels. Your mayor is silent, and on top of that, it turned out you had some Black officer who was here talking about how this is going to be in the LA Times. Yeah, but he wasn't the one who blew the whistle on this. That's a problem. All these idiots trying to climb the ladder. And what is the response from the leadership of the city now that this scandal has broken open? The LAPD is investigating the allegations, they say, and they've launched a probe into how the officers' alleged comments and actions may have affected the department's recruitment efforts. Never mind the fact that these racist practices have been going on for decades, but they also made one other announcement. LAPD officials said that they're going to investigate whether this whistleblower officer's recordings were made illegally. Oh, yeah, you already know that they were going to be doing that one because you see, California is a two-party consent state. So these kind of recordings, which are crucial and important for the public to be informed of who the dirty cops are, as far as they're concerned, well, this is the kind of thing we don't want getting out there. This has nothing to do with protecting the public and everything to do with these corrupt officials protecting themselves. And you also know that this is an organized offense by the city's political leadership because you don't have anyone in the mayor's office or the DA's office or anywhere else saying that the police have no expectation of privacy when they are on the job in public, talking to their colleagues, admitting to all sorts of criminality like racial profiling while they're in uniform. What expectation of privacy does anyone have under those circumstances? None. Every single one of the individuals who were caught on those recordings making these racist statements, admitting to their racial profiling and all the rest of it, every single case that they've ever touched should be thrown out. That goes without saying. That's the kind of thing that doesn't even need to be mentioned. Not only should they be fired, but every single case that any of these pieces of garbage have ever touched needs to be reviewed. If it led to any sort of conviction or someone doing jail time, it should be overturned. You have to start from scratch. That's the message that ought to be coming from the city's political leadership, but of course it's not. Nobody is telling the police when you put on that uniform, you're not off duty under any circumstances. And nobody telling them, you know, if you want to run around with a badge and a gun, you got to also accept extraordinary scrutiny as well. Or in their case, you have to accept scrutiny, period. This is who the Democrat enclave of Los Angeles is trying to insulate itself against, the people who are exposing the criminality there. Keep this in mind the next time you have somebody on cable news or their online leftist mouthpieces who go into hysterics about Trump and the MAGA crowd using their political positions to threaten and intimidate people. You got Democrats in California who are doing the exact same thing. How the hell are these guys going to be fighting against the MAGA crowd, misusing government office in order to intimidate and harm people who are merely blowing the whistle when Democrats are doing the exact same thing in California and they're not bothered at all? And it's not just California. They also do it in New York, they do it in Chicago, they do it in Boston, and they do it in DC and everywhere else. Where's the concern from Democrats about a police state now? Where's the Democrats' concerns about whistleblower protections? Where are any of the Democrat politicians who are going to be dropping subtle hints that any attempts that are made to retaliate or otherwise inflict some sort of reprisal against the whistleblower will wind up with those police officials themselves losing their jobs? Drop the hints that if anybody tries to stop people from blowing the whistle, you yourself will be the one who's kicked out. What politicians out there are demanding that no action be taken against this conscientious officer who made all this public? This is for the vote blue no matter who crowd. Gavin Newsom's busy making nice with career racists like Charlie Kirk. Gavin Newsom's the governor of California, and this is what he's doing. Why isn't he proposing a statewide police accountability commission like the kind proposed by Biden back in 2020? And yeah, we know that it's an empty proposal, but still. In the People's Republic of Florida, you got moron DeSantis, who's actually proposing a statewide Department of Government Efficiency. Never mind the fact that the Republicans have been in charge of California for the last 30 years. So any sort of programs he's going to cut are going to be the very ones that his Republican buddies put in place so they can line their own pockets. But Democrats ought to be the ones who also lead the charge to institute their own statewide versions of policies that don't make it into federal law. There's an old saying that in America, the states are supposed to be incubators for federal law, but truth be told, more often than not, it actually is the reverse. The federal government's the incubator where they propose ideas, and if they can't get it past Congress, then you'll have a number of the red states who try to use their ability to pass laws to basically create a de facto federal statute. Because when 3/5 of the states in the U.S. pass similar legislation, in all but name, that might as well be a nationwide law. That's what the Republicans have been doing. Not a single blue state governor or even one blue city mayor has supported giving citizens review boards any real power to punish the police. You should have citizen review boards who have the power to hire and fire. You should have citizens deeply involved with this process. Now, that alone would take a lot of power out of the police's hands. It would also make it where these little racists running around these police departments wouldn't have the ability to arbitrarily decide who they want. They would have no power whatsoever, and that's how it should be. And yet you'll have these same Democrats who will actually have the nerve to take the side of the white right, and they'll be attacking us for saying that all these cops are racist. They'll be telling us that we're unfairly stereotyping the police. No, that's not stereotyping. That's pattern recognition. The only problem is that we don't have the ability under law to punish these creeps for their criminality. When Gavin Newsom has been catering to trash like Elon Musk and using the governor's office to derail our reparations, this is the class and caliber of garbage that he's supporting. This is why, as Black people, we are not about to allow any of these Democrat shills to call themselves telling us that the Democrats are on our side. They don't do anything for us, but they support everybody who is against us. You can't clean up the city unless you also declare that you're going to clean up all these racist, corrupt cops, too. And clean them up means put them in the nearest jail cell. But then again, dirty cops also protect dirty politicians and dirty businessmen. Remember Mo Lester Moonves, the disgraced former head of CBS? He had an LAPD captain as his personal bodyguard. And that police captain wrote a sloppy, wet kiss of a love letter to Moonves in which he said that Moonves had his allegiance. He actually said that. He said that he gave his allegiance not to the citizens of Los Angeles or even to the police brass, but to a degenerate network executive who had been accused of rape and other acts of sexual assault. One has to wonder how many of these politicians out there that Moonves has given political contributions to. And he's not alone, of course. The reason that the most so-called liberal state in America is so racist is because this is how they want it. And the reason your Black politicians out there never seem to get a full head of steam about fighting it is because they feel like they've escaped Blackness. They use their Black constituents, who are their neighbors in many cases, as nothing more than a stepping stone, a voting bloc who they ignore when it's election season, and they only mention Black whenever they're in front of Black audiences, but the rest of the time they're making it clear, oh, we're doing the colorblind thing. Yeah, it's a lot easier to ignore anti-Black racism when you decide that you're not going to be looking at Black people at all. In the meanwhile, the thugs in blue out in LA, they can go ahead and take a bow. And speaking of blue, those blue state Democrats, they can go ahead and take a bow right alongside them. Once again, they're reminding everyone that when these people say serve and protect, what they're talking about is serving their own self-interest and protecting white supremacy.
Pretty much.
Good day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. William Ross, Joe Bobo, Melvina Miles, Jacques Hargett, and Rebellious Zoe. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well, there's no argument with undisputed truth. Okay.
On the Blacc channel,
Right.
we are reviewing the life and.
All right, Shabaka. Before we get to George Foreman, what are your thoughts on what the good professor just laid out for us about these Democrats?
Sir, there is no argument with undisputed truth. Only a fucking idiot would sit up there and say that 2 + 2 = 5. Another deranged bastard would sit up there and says that 2 + 2 = 3. But both of them select to give you the wrong answer, which means is that they do not have their minds right. Everything that the professor has said, okay, that's what I'm getting to. Everything that the professor has said was accurately 100% on point. Those are policy enforcers that serve and protect their own policies to kill you, to kill me, like they did Eula Love, like they did Ezell Ford, like how they beat the dog shit out of Rodney King, who gets up there and says, "Can we just get along?" It's a terrorist organization.
Yep.
That's what it is that you got these cowards hiding behind badges. Well, man, they're serving up, protect the law and what have you, man. And they protect society and they put their lives on the line every day. Hey, man, ask yourself this question. Did somebody make that motherfucker go down there and apply for that job?
No, Shabaka, it's like when the dump told that the mother of the slain soldier, he knew what he signed up for.
Exactly. And like yeah, exactly. And then you got to keep in mind too is that you got, like with most police agencies, particularly I would imagine you have it in New York, Chicago, damn sure Los Angeles, where you got 3-4 generations of police officers. You see what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Well, you know, dad was a cop, his dad was a cop, you know what I'm saying? His brother is a cop, and what have you. Sir, doesn't that sound like a gang to you?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the biggest gang.
Precisely my point. And like where Crash says, community resources against street hoodlums that Chief Bernard Parks had disbanded. Okay, they say that they intimidate those that intimidate others. And I remember witnessing in Los Angeles in 1991, I believe, where there was a drunk man crossing the street on a red light. Crash officers come by and says, hey, get out the street. So the dude who is drunk is cussing out a bus, right? Not the bus driver, but he is cussing out the bus. So they tell him to get out the street. Dude says 2 words, F you. What did that man do that for? So what he did was that he fucked around and he found out, and they casually pulled over, got out of their car, went and pulled a 9mm on him, told the man to raise his hands, and they kicked the man in the balls and left him out there in the middle of the intersection on the corner of 7th Street and Central Avenue, which is Central Division. Yeah, so that's not law enforcement. What I saw was a blatant, flagrant act of terrorism. Now, what they should have did is went up there, look, man, come here up against the wall. You're fucked up, man. Okay, so we're taking you to detox. He would have been out in 4 or 5 hours to go out and go get drunk again. But to kick that man like that and to endanger him, particularly with him being injured, and then with him being inebriated, you know, that man very easily could have got ran over.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So that was not law enforcement. What that was a flagrant, blatant act of terrorism. Understand?
Yeah.
Of terrorism, of what that was. Okay. All right, here we go with our top feature right there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, up on the picture that you will see three succeeding heavyweight champions
Yep.
who took the titles from each other. Okay. Joe Frazier,
Yep.
there to your right, took the title from Muhammad Ali in
Well,
1971.
he would be to their left.
Huh? Joe Frazier to the left. Okay, took the title from Muhammad Ali, is because when Ali was in exile, as far as we were concerned, he was still the heavyweight champion. Smoke handed Ali his first L. Okay, then Joe Frazier defended the title a couple of times. Then Joe Frazier on January the 23rd, January the 22nd in Kingston, Jamaica, lost the heavyweight title to the man that you see there in the center, who is the subject of our conversation tonight. Okay, then a year and a half later, and Zaire, of which it was called,
The Rumble in the Jungle.
The Rumble in the Jungle over 50 years ago. Okay, in Kinshasa, Zaire. Okay, Ali Boumaye was the cry. Okay, of what they were saying. Now, where's my notepad at? Okay, and then damn. Okay, now I got to do this here for memory, people. Okay, all righty. So what happened was George Foreman lost the title in Zaire. Okay. Ali regained the title. He was the second man to regain the heavyweight title behind Floyd Patterson. And then Ali had gave the birth of the rope-a-dope. Okay. And George Foreman basically punched himself out. He was only 24 years old. Okay, is what George did. Okay. So then Ali was telling him before the fight is that, hey, man, when you was a kid, man, I was the heavyweight champ. George Foreman from Houston, Texas, who had a problem with the law. He got arrested, and they told George that you got to go to job corps in, of all places, Pleasanton, California, which is on the outside, okay, which is east of Oakland, which is in Alameda County. Okay, so Big George, did well in boxing at Job Corps. And then Big George had went to the 1968 Olympics. Now, Big George, when he waved the American flag in that Olympiad in 1968, two prominent figures, John Carlos and Tommy Smith, had, when a Star Spangled Banner was played, they had lifted the Black Power fist with the gloves on. They were immediately stripped of their gold medals as soon as they left the podium. Okay, and banned from Olympic amateur competition from that point.
Wow.
Okay, so George Foreman, okay, had started his professional boxing career in the year 1969. And Big George, man, was knocking him dead, man. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. He went the distance twice, I believe, okay, as he's building up his career, through 1969, 1970.
Yeah.
And then, as we know, is that Muhammad Ali in the year 1970 was granted his boxing license by the governor of Georgia, the great Lester Maddox. And Ali fought in December of 1970, okay, smashing the White Hope, Jerry Quarry, okay. And he stopped him in the 3rd round. Okay. All righty. And so Big George is coming up through the ranks in 1970. Okay. So then in 1971, in December of 1970, Muhammad Ali fights Oscar Bonavena and knocks him out in the 15th round. Okay, because Bonavina's calling Ali a chicken and making all these derogatory comments. Says, "Why don't you go to army, you coward?" Blah 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 blah. Okay, so Ali, like he did with Ernie Terrell, he came out and he administered correction, and he got his mind right. Okay. So Bonavina's up there kissing his ass. Oh man, oh, I'm so sorry and all that. And then Ali said after the Bonavina fight, he wants to go up against Smoking Joe Frazier. Okay, he went up against Smoking Joe Frazier March 8th, 1971. And as I had stated before, in sixth grade, March 8th, 1971, at the end of the class, the teacher says, "We all know the big fight is on tonight. Who do you got?" Okay. And that was 1992, Mac 285. Yeah. And it was hell on earth. Yes, sir, it was in 1992. Okay. So all the little kids said, the teacher asked, "Well, how many of y'all think Muhammad Ali is going to win the fight tonight?" All the kids raised their hand. Then she asked, "How many of y'all think that Mr. Frazier is going to win the fight?" None of the kids raised their hand, boy, and talk about some sad little kids the next day. Oh, we was hurt. Okay. So then Smoke took all the rest of the year of 1971 off, is because Smoke, you know, he had a lot of damage done to him. Ali had 4 fights that year, you know, after the Frazier loss. And then Joe Frazier only fought once. Wait a minute. He only fought twice in 1972. He fought a dude named Terry Daniels that he smashed. Then he also fought another dude by the name of Ron Standard that he smashed. And then Big George is coming up, and Big George got his title fight. They signed the fight. Was scheduled for January 1973, Kinshasa, Zaire. Okay. So here comes in Big George. Okay, so they start the fight. George decks Frazier. You know, then he decks him again. Then he decks him again. All right, so round 2 comes. He decks Frazier again. And you heard the infamous line by Howard Cosell: "Down goes Frazier, down goes Frazier, down goes Frazier." So then, as George is still fighting Mr. Frazier, Angelo Dundee is screaming from the corner to the referee to stop the fight. Then George hits Frazier, and that was it. Okay. So therefore, George, you know, he starts fighting right there, and I'm trying to find my notes, you see, of what I did, because I chronologized everything down here, and it happens to me every damn time. Okay, hold on, folks. Okay, so I'm going from memory. Okay, so Big George, you know, he becomes the heavyweight champion. His first defense was against a dude by the name of Jose King Roman, who he knocked out in Tokyo, Japan. Okay, so and there's twin, yeah, he was. Okay, the hardest hitter in boxing. Okay, so then there's a picture of George Foreman in the newspaper where he's on the TV in Japan, and he's getting ready to fight a dude by the name of Jose King Roman. Ding, the bell starts. Jose King Roman knocked out, stretched out in the first round. Okay. All righty. Now, in this time period, Muhammad Ali had fought Ken Norton, okay, and got his jaw broke and lost, you know, by a decision. And I was arguing with somebody on Facebook that Elvis Presley and Ali were such great friends that Elvis Presley gave Ali a robe. I saw a publicity shot of Elvis Presley and Muhammad Ali where Ali should have hit that racist son of a bitch, in my opinion, for stealing black music. Ali stated in his autobiography, "When Norton broke my jaw, okay, in the second round, it was the second round, Ken Norton. not the 12th, okay? It's because you could see that Ali was spitting blood into his bucket in his corner. So Ali says is that that I'm not gonna get stopped by this dude. Oh, this shit hurts like hell. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna get TKO'd by this dude. Okay. So Ali went on, lost on a split decision. Okay. Was immediately rushed to the hospital. So then Ali had to have surgery. The doctor did say that Ali had a clean break to the jaw. Okay. So they reset it. Okay. And with them having a clean break means it's easier for them to set the bones back. So Ali healed up. Okay. Him and Norton fought again in Los Angeles, okay, in September of 1973. So this is 6 months later. Okay, so Ali got the contention back from Norton. So Norton goes down a slot. Okay, so then this here sets up the rematch for Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali, January of 1974. Ali beat Smoking Joe, unanimous decision. Now, Ali Bomaye. They signed the contract. Big George. Okay. Ali Bomaye. Ali is the first one to arrive in Zaire. Okay. Because originally the fight between Ali and George Foreman was scheduled for September 25th. Okay. So what had happened is that Big George was sparring and he got a cut. So they had to let the cut heal, and this is why they pushed the fight back to October the 30th. Okay. So Ali is sitting up there, giving a press conference, and he's got Don King sitting next to him, and Ali says, okay, do not let George Foreman leave Africa to go back to the United States, because if George goes back, he's going to cancel, he's going to pull out of the fight. Okay. All right. And then what happened is that as Ali and Foreman were having a press conference, okay, Angelo Dundee made a comment, and Don King said something to Dundee, and that made Ali mad. And Ali had stated, hey, man, I know you got George picked, man, but don't you ever speak to Ange like that. You know what I mean? So then Big George had in his corner Gil Clancy, Archie Moore, Sandy Sadler. Okay. All righty. So George, he's not getting the publicity around Zaire that Ali is because when even Ali goes out on his road work, the people are running with him. They're running with him. Ali Bomaye, Ali Bomaye, Ali Bomaye. Translated, Ali, kill him. Okay. Now, the night of the fight, okay, and we did do the 50th anniversary, I believe, Brother Che, toward the end of last year, of the Rumble in the Jungle. Okay.
Yes, correct, Shabaka.
Yes, sir. And I do recover that Ebony Magazine. Okay, strike that. Johnson Publications, Jet Magazine had the picture of Ali and Foreman getting ready to fight. Okay. So I'm speaking, with loved ones, and they asked me, well, who do you think is going to win? I said, Ali is. And I said, not only is Ali going to win, he's going to stop George. They told me I was crazy. No disrespect to Mr. Foreman. No disrespect to you, Big George. Okay, so Big George got shut down. He got stopped. Okay. So George Foreman had stated in his memoirs he took this loss really bad, because Ali had used the rope-a-dope. Okay, and what it was that Ken Norton had stated publicly after he fought Foreman, after he got knocked out by Foreman, that George seems to burn up a lot of energy. Okay, because Ali had stated that the first thing on the thing that's on George's mind is a knockout. So this is why Ali came with the rope-a-dope. George is getting tired and more tired. and more tired. Okay.
Is that what he called him a mommy?
I'm sorry?
Is George the one that he called the mommy?
Right, because he called George the mummy is because George was slow, but he was powerful. So what had happened was when Ali was in Zaire, he spoke with Boss Man Jones, who was a sparring partner, and he left George's camp and came over to Ali. So Ali is sitting down there having a discussion with him, and he says, "Boss Man, in your professional opinion, who do you think would win?" And Boss Man Jones told Ali, he said, "Say, man, George could kill you with either hand." I'm going to have to say George, man, no disrespect. So Ali had told him, okay, well, thank you. Okay, so then Ali has started, yeah, Mac 285, just drop some bread, man. We'll be happy to produce it. We'll make you the co-producer. Yeah, I will tell you about what I've lived through. Yeah, let's talk about that Mac 285. Really, seriously. Okay, getting back to the fight. Okay, so now it's fight night, the day of the fight. Okay, so they always introduce the champion. I'm sorry. The challenger has to enter the ring first, okay? Because you're fighting for the championship, so you the challenger, you come to the ring first, okay, to make the actual challenge, okay? So then in comes George, okay? Zach Clayton is the referee. They issue the instructions, and Zach Clayton is telling Ali to shut up. Is because Ali is telling George, "Man, you was a kid when you saw me win the title the first time, man. You know what I'm saying? You gonna lose tonight. You picking up an L tonight." And as Ali was known for, running off at the mouth. Okay. So dang, round run comes. So Ali goes out there, him and George exchange, you know what I'm saying? And Ali's trying to fight him in the center of the ring, right? So then George is going after him, coming after him, and what have you. Then Ali goes back to the corner. He sits down. Then Ali starts coming out with the rope-a-dope. Okay, so Dundee, Wally Youngblood, and Bondini is sitting up there screaming and hollering, "Get off the ropes, get off the ropes, get off the ropes." So Ali's rolling with him. George is hitting him, but Ali's trying to roll with the punches. And rolling means is that when he throws a punch and you roll with it, instead of you taking 100% of the blow, you're only going to take about 50%. Okay. So George is swinging and swinging. Big George is swinging. Big George is swinging. You know what I'm saying? And then between the rounds, they have the round girls in traditional African dress, going around the ring, showing around round 2, round 3, what have you. Okay, so then in one round, George catches Ali with an overhand right, gave him a mouse. Okay, so which means is they're working on a corner. So the round girl is passing Ali and she's smiling, and then her face goes to a frown, and Ali winks at her and says, "Don't worry about it." Okay. So then George comes out swinging again. Ali's on a rope-a-dope, rolling with him, rolling with him, rolling with him. And then Ali starts connecting. He starts piecing it together, okay? And so Ali is talking to him and saying, "Well, hey, big fella, this is all what you got." You know what I'm saying? And George is going after him, going after him, going after him, going after him. Ding! Round 8. Ali's on the ropes, pat, pat, bang. Ali's on the rope, pat, pat, bang, catching him. George's guard is losing. Pat, pat, bang, bam, 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 bam. George gets counted out, okay? And then the whole ring goes into pandemonium as that everybody, was up there celebrating Ali Boomaye, Ali Boomaye. Then all of a sudden it starts raining. You see what I mean? And the crowd is elated. Then Ali, goes on the news camera with a mouse under his eye. You know what I'm saying? And he says, "I told you I was gonna get him. I'm the heavyweight champion again." Okay. So then Big George, about I think about, let me see, January of 1976, here in Las Vegas, by the way. Big George fights a guy out of Denver, Colorado by the name of Ron Lyle. Okay. So Ron Lyle and Big George, that was rock'em sock'em boxing at its best. Lyle decks George twice. You know what I'm saying? And that last time that Lyle knocked George down, I thought George was out cold. You know what I mean? But George came back. He got up. Okay. So he went on there and stopped Ron Lyle. You know what I mean? Okay. So he stopped him. And then they said, and Big George says, well, I'm back, man. You know what I'm saying? And then Big George was talking to Cosell, talking about Ali. Man, supposed to fight, not laying up there on the ropes. Okay. All right. So then Big George has another fight. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, Ron Lyle, 76. Okay. So then in 76, George Foreman fights this guy by the name of Jimmy Young. Okay. And George loses to Jimmy Young in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Okay. So then George says that he's retired from boxing, that he had a revelation from God, and that he became a preacher for 10 years, okay? And then I think he started, a nonprofit, for troubled youth, down there in Houston, where he came from, the 5th Ward. Okay. So then all of a sudden, George Foreman, 10 years later, wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. Then George Foreman loses to Jimmy Young. Okay, that there's the tail end of 76, I believe. Okay, you might have to pull it up because, like I said, I had my notes right here, people. And okay, hold on, just bear with me. I think I found them. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. Just bear with me.
About the one on mute. All right, what is
notes? I found my notes. Okay.
Okay.
Now, okay, his most notable fight was with Ron Lyle, Brother Che, and who was out of your neck of the woods of Denver, Colorado.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. And then, of course, we talked about him knocking out Ken Norton in 2 rounds. Okay. And then his most notable fight was with Ron Lyle, okay, that ended, I believe with the 7th round knockout of George winning. Okay. Now, the only title defense that he had after regaining the title was against a German dude by the name of Axel Schultz, okay? And George refused a rematch on information that I had pulled up, okay? All righty. And as we stated before, that Mr. Foreman retired for 10 years after losing to Jimmy Young in 1977. And then after retiring, of course, he marketed, George Foreman Grill. Now, another thing that had happened of what they said about George, saying that he couldn't go the distance. So what Big George did in the exhibition fight, you guys, you're going to love this one. He fought 5 guys on one night and knocked out 3 of them. You know what I'm saying? And there was 3-round fights apiece, 3 rounds apiece, 5 guys, 15 rounds, because they were saying is that George didn't have the stamina to go the distance. Okay. So he's marketing his grill. So then what happened with George Foreman at the age of 5, ladies and gentlemen, he knocks out Michael Moore, okay, to become the heavyweight champion again. And then George, and it's still on record today, just like Ali got the record of being the first 3-time heavyweight champion, okay. Joe Frazier's got it noted on his record that he was the one to hand Ali his first L. Then Ali, of course, we know his legacy. It goes on, speaks for himself. Okay. And then Big George became the oldest man ever to win a world heavyweight championship at the age of 45. Okay. So therefore, Big George, you know what I'm saying? You shine, you're shining, man. You shining. You know, you got a record that you have. And he went on there and has started marketing, the George Foreman grill and what have you. And then, of course, you do know that George has a bunch of sons that he named George the Second, George the Third, George the Fourth. Now, Mr. Foreman had a tragedy in his life, and I don't think it was publicized too much. But I believe his oldest daughter, Frida Foreman, had passed away a few years ago. Okay. So quite naturally, of course, our hearts, went out to the Foreman family with the death, of his child. You see what I mean? So then George Foreman, was doing it for the grill, and he was pretty much like on the lecture circuit a little bit. And then George was going out there being a commentator, at the fights and stuff like that. And then he fought Michael Moore, who was a southpaw, meaning that he jabs with his right and cross shots with the left hand. Okay, orthodox fighter uses the left jab like Ali did and crosses the power shot with the right hand. And the jab is the range finder to land the power shot. Okay, all righty. So then Big George fights this guy by the name of Axel Schultz. Okay. And I hate to say that Big George did lose to Tommy Morrison. Okay. John Wayne's grandson. Okay. But then Tommy Morrison got smashed by a dude by the name of Ray Mercer. And then Tommy Morrison had passed away years ago. Okay. And of course, as we all know, that Tommy Morrison was the grandson of the movie actor John Wayne. Okay. So, connect the dots on that. So then Big George fought Axel Schultz. And everybody's saying that Axel Schultz won, but they gave the fight, to Big George by a majority decision. Okay, what is a majority decision? A majority decision, ladies and gentlemen, is where you got three judges. One judge scores the fight a draw. Okay, the other two judges say, that one of the fighters won. So that's a majority decision. A split decision is where one judge says, okay, this guy won, and the other two judges say that the other guy won. That's your split decision. So that's the difference between a majority decision and a split decision. So George, I believe, off information right here, okay, he retired for 10 years after losing to Jimmy Young in 1977. And then he had his title defense with Axel Schultz. And from what they said, that he refused a rematch with Axel Schultz. And then, of course, the information that we related with him smashing Jose King Roman in the first round in Tokyo, Japan, and smashing Ken Norton in 2 rounds. And guess what him and Ken Norton fought at, people? You're going to love this. Caracas, Venezuela. You ready for that? Caracas, Venezuela. All righty. So, and then, of course, his most notable fight with Ron Lyle, who was out of Denver, Colorado. And so then George Foreman had passed away recently. And our condolences to his family. And then also to Big George. You and Muhammad Ali, man, could fight your rematch for eternity. I'm sure you'll give Frazier a rematch in eternity. And I'm sure you'll give Ron Lyle a rematch in eternity. You guys got forever now. And may all of you all rest in peace. and power. And that's it on George Foreman. Rest well, champ. And if we would have had a bell, I would have liked to have given a 20-second bell toll to George Foreman, because when a champion passes on, the custom is that they do a 10-time bell toll. Okay, but however, George was the champion 2 times, so I would say do 20 seconds. Ali was the champion 3 times, so do 30 seconds. You see what I'm saying? And then from what I understand, research that I've done, that Evander Holyfield became the heavyweight champion a 4th time. And Mr. Holyfield was bad. You know what I'm saying? And he's out of the ATL, out of Atlanta. So with the passing of George Foreman, I hope they'd leave me a comment, if I made any screw-ups or what have you in this segment here of the transitioning of George Foreman. Okay. Yeah, Mac 285, that's what I heard. Yeah. And then 2. So ladies and gentlemen, that there was the history that I've lived through. Okay, if my memory serves me correct, which it does. Okay. And that was it. That there was pretty much in Mr. Foreman's time, Mr. Frazier's time, then of course Mr. Ali's time. That was the golden age of heavyweight boxing. Rest in power, George Foreman.
Yes, thank you for sharing that, Shabaka. Now I'm going to play the clip.
Yes, sir.
Legacy of a icon, of a legend, one George Foreman. You'll see many articles out there written by many news outlets, but I think it's probably more important to go hear the official George Foreman website to review where the man came from. I'm going to read to you the biography as listed on georgeforeman.com. George Edward Foreman was born to J.D. and Nancy Foreman on January 10th, 1949, in the town of Marshall, Texas. I'm very familiar with Marshall. It's about 30, 45 minutes outside of Shreveport, Louisiana, where I myself was born and raised. An impoverished youth, Foreman often bullied younger children and didn't like getting up early for school.
Yeah,
Foreman became a mugger and brawler on the hard streets of Houston's 5th Ward by age 15. This is from his own website, so he's acknowledging he was in that street life young. He was on them bricks young. He was out there doing what they do young. Next thing here says from thug to boxer. They're letting you know where he's coming from. Luckily, he was saved by the Lyndon B. Johnson Job Corps, a program developed to help disadvantaged kids, the children who have been afflicted and oppressed in the system of white supremacy, by teaching them vocational skills. Interesting. Now watch the next sentence. Foreman traveled to California, which is where he met Doc Brodus, who was a Job Corps counselor and a boxing coach. It was Brodus who encouraged Foreman to become a boxer. Once he began to train at the gym, Foreman rapidly established an impressive amateur record. The culmination of his amateur boxing career came at the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City, where he won a gold medal in only his 25th amateur fight. He got extra attention when he brandished an American flag after his win. So people please understand, 1968, this man was born in the segregated South and basically was fighting out of the segregated South. And was very, very interesting that these men, those who served in the military, those who went in the Olympics, they were fighting to promote a country that had made it its goal to oppress them. And yet, if you were the fastest racehorse, well, here, you can wear this flag. But by the way, they were fighting for freedoms that they themselves did not have. And they were fighting to represent a country that was attempting to undermine them at every single possible conceivable turn. And that is the story of Foreman and Ali and Frazier and Joe Louis and everybody else you can name. So it would be incomplete to state their history without bringing that into its proper context. If you do not bring that into its proper focus, these were not equal citizens in America. These were legal aliens in America. The freed slaves in America who were very much still being treated the same. It says here, he got extra attention when he brandished an American flag after his win. Quote, there was a big element of patriotism in what I did. Being in the Olympics, you couldn't help but love your country more than before, Foreman said in his autobiography by George. Quote, but I meant it in a way that was much bigger than ordinary patriotism. It was about identity, an American. That's who I was. I was waving the flag as much for myself as for the country. I was letting everyone know who I was, and at the same time saying that I was proud to be an American. We are the only people who have redefined it. We created what the idea of liberty truly is. We have been the inspiration around the entire planet. When oppressed peoples around the planet have wished to assert themselves, they don't say George Washington. They don't invoke Thomas Jefferson. They invoke us. When oppressed people around the world wish to liberate themselves, they only look to the descendants of the American slaves. They only look to us. They only invoke us. That's it. They don't invoke Rambo or Commando. They only invoke the one. Because real recognizes real. It goes on here, Foreman becomes heavyweight champion. In 1969, Foreman turned professional, and within 2 years, Foreman was ranked the #1 challenger for the WBA and WBC. By 1972, Foreman had a perfect 37-0 record. 37-0. Which included 35 knockouts. Take a look at those gloves. I went looking into it, by the way. When Ali fought Frazier, they had 8-ounce gloves, was what I looked up. When Foreman fought Ali, they wore 12-ounce gloves. Do you see the size of them fists? And you can take a look at those gloves and see there's not a hell of a whole lot of protection going on there. There's not a hell of a whole lot of protection going on in those gloves. When this man sends this refrigerator-sized fist coming your way, not a whole lot of padding going on in those gloves. I mean, you can see his knuckles through those gloves. You can see that. Look out, here it comes. I want you all to understand, George Foreman, when he fought Ali, the man was 6'4", 220 pounds. He was a wrecking machine. We talk about Mike Tyson, who was shorter than Foreman was. You talk about Brock Lesnar. You talk about Francis Ngannou. But you think about George Foreman, straight out of Texas, big corn-fed, and when he walked out there, he was a wrecking machine. He wasn't the fastest puncher, which was the crazy part. He didn't have fast punches, no, but there was so much damn torque. That would be the correct word. There was so much torque behind the punches he threw. He was never this fast puncher. It looked like you could just sit up here and write your name on his glove when he was coming at you. It seemed like it was so slow, but he was never this fast puncher. But then again, he didn't have to be. It was just amazing to see how slow his punches seemed, but when it hit you, it tenderized you. I've never seen anybody whose punches seemed to telegraph so slowly, but the amount of torque that was coming off of them was enough to lift you off your feet. So in that regard, he was very different from a Tyson or a Roy Jones Jr. or James Toney, these knockout specialists who would come along later. He was very different from them in that regard. Those guys were lightning fast. Foreman was never like that. But then again, he didn't have to be. He got you over there in that corner, and that was the end. Until Ali. Foreman got his shot at the World Heavyweight Championship when he fought Joe Frazier on January 22nd, 1973 in Kingston, Jamaica. Frazier was the favorite going into the bout, but Foreman knocked him down 6 times en route to a second round knockout. Second round. Imagine being able to knock out Joe Frazier in just 2 rounds. You got to be a hell of a man to be able to knock out Smoking Joe Frazier in just 2 rounds. That takes a hell of a man to be able to do that. An unprecedented TV audience watched Foreman become the champ before the fight was HBO Boxing's first ever broadcast. The TV audience watched Foreman become the champ because the fight was HBO Boxing's first ever broadcast. Folk been making tons of money off us. We built these industries. We built these networks. We built these platforms. A bunch of white men who couldn't throw a punch if their life was on the line, and yet these black men built these platforms and made them stinking filthy rich to this day. So when you want to know where the seed capital came from and the foundation, how'd they make so much money so damn quickly? Foreman, that's how. They had a guaranteed blockbuster. That's how. And they've been eating good off of it ever since, while convincing you and me that we should not do that, or trying to put obstacles in our way of being able to do that. Because when they start doing these things, no regulations, no rules, do whatever you choose. You and me show up, oh, new regulation, new rule. Have you checked in with the city planning officer? Oh, do you have 5 ambulances and 3 referees?
Yep.
After becoming the champion, Foreman successfully defended his title twice. He beat Puerto Rican heavyweight champion Jose Roman in only 50 seconds, which at the time was the shortest heavyweight championship match ever. Foreman also beat Ken Norton, who had just beaten Muhammad Ali in a mere 2 rounds. When I tell you, Foreman was a wrecking machine. Understand that. You watch the UFC and stuff today. Foreman was a wrecking machine. And we're not talking about against just little guys. He was going up against, you talk about a stacked deck, a stacked field. He was up against the biggest of the big. He was up against tested, tried. All of these were legit champions. All of these were legit icons. Wasn't no soup cans and wasn't no tomato cans around here. Wasn't no beer cans around here. Foreman was going up against everybody he was beating was either a titleist or a legitimate titleist in their own right. He wasn't knocking out contenders. He was knocking out icons. One legend after another. And you doing it in just 2 rounds? That's a hell of a man. That's a hell of a man. Says here that Foreman also beat Ken Norton, who had just beaten Muhammad Ali in a mere 2 rounds. Winning those 2 fights then set up one of the most famous fights in history, the Rumble in the Jungle between Foreman and Muhammad Ali. Ali used a tactic later known as rope-a-dope to wear out Foreman, who threw hundreds of punches during the fight. Then in the 8th round, Ali unloaded with a series of punches that knocked out Foreman and allowed Ali to regain the heavyweight championship of the world.
Boom,
Now it goes on here to say that he became a minister. In 1980, he founded the Church of the Lord Jesus Christ. However, by the mid-80s, Foreman was running out of money, and people around him were advising him to close the youth and community center that he started. Foreman saw how much the center was helping people, so he was determined to do what was necessary to keep it open. So in 1987, after not fighting for almost 10 years to the day,
I was born,
Foreman returned to the ring. While there was no shortage of detractors, Foreman proved them all wrong when he kept piling up win after win. Foreman had won 24 consecutive fights during his comeback, including 22 by knockout. Now, at the age of 42, Foreman's success and popularity earned him a chance at the title against unbeaten Evander Holyfield. The fight went the full 12 rounds, and while Holyfield won in a decision, Foreman gained a great deal of credibility. Folks, y'all don't understand how historic that was. I was there. Many of you were there when that happened. Y'all know damn well, everybody was like, we're in uncharted waters. There's no way that this happens. Everyone was expecting Holyfield to put him away within the first 1 or 2 rounds. It didn't occur. We had never seen anything like this in sports. I didn't say boxing. We had never seen anything like this in sports before. Had never seen it. This was unprecedented. George Foreman's comeback was unprecedented in the annals of sports history, not boxing, sports altogether. And those of us who were blessed and privileged enough to have witnessed it when it happened. Let me tell you, your kids might have fancier technology after you. They might have fancier TVs to watch it on after you. They don't know what it was like to watch it as it unfolded, to see how the world around you changed as it unfolded. They're going to see what it was like after. They don't know. They didn't see the before and then the after. But those of us who were there, it's like watching Michael Jackson's Thriller. If you were not there, you just missed it. You missed it.
I was there.
Foreman becomes world champion again. Couldn't help but notice, by the way, did you notice how the lettering down there is a little bit more prominent than it is? It's all caps. Everything up here before, his name was in all caps. Only the beginnings of the words were in caps. Get down here at the bottom, Foreman becomes world champion again, all caps. He was feeling himself. He deserved to. After more than a year out of the ring, on November 5th, 1994, Foreman took on the new champ, Michael Moorer, and knocked him out in the 10th round with the victory at the age of 45. Foreman became the oldest fighter ever to win the heavyweight crown, as well as the boxer with the most time between one world championship and the next. Now, I remember that one. Those of you who were there, you remember how the commentators at HBO and the other outlets were mocking Foreman. How many of y'all remember that?
I do.
How many of y'all remember how they were mocking Foreman? I do.
Yeah.
I remember the ridicule and the insults they were making about that. They were like, this is a joke. Why are we allowing this? If you remember that, give me the boxing glove emoji in the chat room. If you remember that, and hit the likes button for me. It's over 2,000 people in here live in just the first 16 minutes. But if you remember the way they were mocking him and insulting him and ridiculing him, going into that, as old as he is, this is an insult to the sport of boxing. Why are we allowing this? This is a joke. Are we so devoid of legitimate contenders and champions that this is what we're lowered to?
And Joe Cortez,
how many of y'all remember that?
Referee.
Are we so devoid of legitimate champions in competition that this is what we're lowered to? Somebody in the chat room said you have a young audience, TBA. That's why we're giving you the blow-by-blow on that. We were there. Take a look at all them boxing gloves in the chat room. We remember when that's what they were saying. I remember those things in specific.
So do I, brother.
They were like, what's wrong? Boxing must be really screwed up if George Foreman is what we're sending out here. He's 45 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not only does Blacc not crack Blacc, he's here to crack every damn thing else. Now, if a white man had done it, they would be cheering him. But it's like, no, you can't go out there and do that. Well, watch him.
Oh, and by the way,
well, watch him.
Note is that Jerry Cooney got smashed by George Foreman as well.
With the victory at the age of 45, Foreman became the oldest fighter ever to win the heavyweight crown, as well as the boxer with the most time between one world championship and the next. Foreman gave away his titles in 1995 after defending them against Alex Schultz and refusing a rematch. Foreman ultimately retired in 1997 after compiling an amazing 76-5 career record. Now, just when you thought, how much more could the man do? He said, you know what? I've been swinging these hands all this time and putting these hands to work. Let me put this brand to work. And that's when he said, George Foreman and the Lean, Mean Grilling Machine.
Yep, I have me one.
Quote, put your name on something. Put your name on something. It better be the best. You only get one shot. You want to talk about diversifying. Since the early 1990s, Foreman had discovered his talent for salesmanship. And by the end of the decade, he was making millions off his appearances in infomercials, marketing the George Foreman Lean Mean Grilling Machine. To date, more than 100 million of the units have sold worldwide. Foreman also spent over a decade promoting Meineke car care centers and grew the business to over 1,000 franchises. He has now successfully launched a line of environmentally safe cleaning products, exclusive line of personal care products, a prescription shoe for diabetes to prevent amputations, a restaurant franchise called U Food Grill, 10 books, and the list continues to build. Foreman tends to his ministry at the Church of the Lord Jesus Christ, where he preaches 4 times a week. He also loves spending free time with his family on his ranch in Marshall, Texas. You want to talk about 720 degrees, bringing it all full circle. That is a man whose life is an inspiration. That is a man whose life has been an inspiration. That is a man who did not talk about goodness. This is a man who lived greatness and inspires others. If you were born and raised not in the 5th Ward of Texas, where it's gotten some shine since the Ghetto Boys and internationally known, in Marshall, Texas, most of you don't even know where Marshall is. Hit Interstate 20, you'll go through Marshall, but most of you don't even know where Marshall, Texas is, but that's where he was born and raised. Everybody talks about him being from Houston, but actually he was born and raised in Marshall. And that's where the ranch is. So no matter where you come from, even if you come from a place that nobody heard of, when you get done, everybody can hear about it. You might be from a place that nobody knows, but if you do your best and apply yourself, you're going to make sure the whole world knows where you're from. You're about to put your people on the map. You're about to put your people on the map. Those 3 men that you see on that screen created the modern sport of boxing. It did not exist before they came along. Boxing as a televised phenomenon lays at the feet of those 3 giants right there. It's not enough where you started. You had to keep carrying it. You don't get to the Mike Tyson era with video games and all. You don't get to that era if these men don't build that. Yeah, you had Jack Johnson and Joe Louis and Sugar Ray Patterson. Yeah, you had that. I get it. But what I'm saying is that you don't get to boxing being the international televised icon event where the pay-per-views are paying hundreds of millions of dollars. You don't get there without a whole squad, not just 3 men, but a whole squad of bona fide built dudes who all the fights were bangers. People, boxing don't jump off if all the fights are garbage or if only half the fights are any good. When's the last time we saw a good heavyweight title fight? I'll wait. Middleweight. Even my Floyd Mayweather fans. I mean, I'm not going to kick nobody down. I'm like, Come on. When's the last time we saw a really great Floyd Mayweather fight? And I'm not saying it's even really necessarily his fault. I'm just saying, come on now. When's the last great Floyd Mayweather Jr. fight we saw? When's the last one you said, damn, that was good, I gotta see that one again? When's the last time we saw that? And again, I'm not saying this necessarily Floyd's fault, but let's just call it for what it is. Let's just call it for what it is. Come on now. So what I'm saying is that could you have ended up where Mike Tyson and them were in the 80s if the boxing scene in the 70s looked like it does today?
Hell no.
Take a look at the boxing scene today, y'all. Take a look at what's going on today. Can you have that golden era where you go from Ali, Foreman, Tyson, Sugar Ray Leonard, all the way to Roy Jones, and then can you have this run that we had for that 30 years if we had the roster we got today?
Hell no.
You take the roster we have today and put them in the 70s. What does the 80s look like if the roster we have today, remove Ali and Frazier and Foreman and put in Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua? Put them in the 70s. What we got by the time we get to the 80s? What we dealing with?
I could say about Tyson Fury, like if he would have fought any one of these men right here, one word.
If we get there, what does it look like? If that's the roster we dealing with in the 70s.
And these were 50.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm exaggerating it, then you tell me how great the 80s look when, okay, Tyson and Anthony Joshua here. And I ain't dissing nobody. I'm saying boxing, it takes work. I'm not dissing nobody's effort. I'm just saying, hey, I'm just calling it what it is.
Okay, we're having to.
No, when you had that 70s there, you had a damn superstar row right there.
Yep.
These were must-see events. Must see. You got to see it. When Foreman had Ali in the corner, and he was throwing them blows, and Ali is dancing around him. What are you talking about? That's what the hell folk wanted to see. That was special. That was extraordinary. In real damn time, it's showing you he done earned, when he wins, he earned that belt.
Yep.
It wasn't a fluke. He earned that belt. That was the difference. When they won then, you knew they won. He earned that.
Mm-hmm.
Today, we don't know what's going on. Did somebody make a phone call? Did somebody show up not feeling good? Is somebody on cocaine tonight? We don't know what we dealing with.
Is that Shabak again?
Yeah.
Back then, that wasn't what you had.
You're right, Twin. A prime Foreman.
That was not what you had back then.
Would have been $1 billion. Yeah.
And that's how you get to the 80s. That's how you get to Larry Holmes, Mike Tyson. That's how you get to that run that goes all the way through the 90s to the early 2000s. That's how you get that run.
Okay.
But you don't get there unless you get this. And what I'm telling you is that, do you realize the dedication to that sport that you have to have for that?
Yeah.
Do you realize the dedication you have to have to that?
Yeah, and it ain't nothing nice.
Please understand, these men gave their lives to that.
Yeah, they did.
Mike Tyson has one of the highest boxing IQs, if not the highest boxing IQ that is out there today. That's a testament to Ali and Foreman.
Yep.
Because you had to study them. Why? Because the next generation wanted to be better than them.
Yep.
And in many ways, sacrilege they were. I know it's sacrilege. But they took a look at the giants who came before them, and they did what your heirs are supposed to do. Your heirs are supposed to look at what you did and say, I'm going to do better than that. I'm going to take what you did and I'm going to build on it. That's what your heirs are supposed to do. You're not supposed to begrudge them that. You're not supposed to be bitter about that. You're not supposed to be angry about that. The sons are supposed to build on what the fathers did. The sons are supposed to improve on what the fathers did. What good is it for the fathers to build something for it to stagnate? The sons are supposed to take what the father gave them, pump it through the bloodline, and produce something better for the next generation and build on that. That's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
We're going to give you a little pat on the back, but it's going to be little. You're supposed to do that. You're supposed to be faster than Ali. You're supposed to be more agile. You're supposed to be more powerful than Foreman. You're supposed to have more endurance than Frazier. You're supposed to do that. They were better than the generation before them, and you're supposed to take the tools they gave you and build better than the generation that they were. That's what it's supposed to be. How can any father begrudge his son improving on what he did? You're supposed to be proud that he's taken the bones you gave him and built something bigger. You're supposed to be proud that he's taken what you gave him and elevated it even higher. You're supposed to be proud of that. You're not supposed to be on the damn stage for 40 years and we got to swat you off like Sandman Sims with the cane at Showtime at the Apollo.
Right.
Damn.
Well.
And you've had many others that have come along after that, but they are direct beneficiaries of it. And oh yes, one more thing, let me say again, we didn't start getting the money until Frazier and Ali. One more thing.
We didn't start getting the money until
we didn't really
Ali,
get the big money move until Frazier and Ali. That's the other part of it.
Because the
boxing
people
is not
to see
would not
Ali
be what
lose.
it is today if you didn't get real big money coming through it. And we didn't really get the big money
to see Frazier lose. That's what he's saying. He's like, look, first Frazier, then Ali, then Foreman.
What?
Money moving internationally, not having to be the Olympics or something, or connected to a world war. We didn't really get the big money moving that boxing could be this regular thing with big money is the biggest thing on the planet. We don't get that till Ali and Frazier. It's only after that that you get that. Now you've got this thing that all of a sudden, this is why young cats want to get involved when they see folks getting multi-million-dollar paydays. Well, by the time you get to Tyson, $40, $50 million paydays. Floyd Mayweather, $100 million. No, that's how you get young cats who want to get involved in that. That's how you get the boxing clubs. That's how you get the boxing coaches around the country because it's become a major industry on its own. If you don't have numbers like that moving, you don't get to draw like that. And without those three men on that screen, you don't get here. You don't. I remember when pay-per-view started, pay-per-view was just rock concerts. But as far as legitimate sports, it was all boxing. Nobody had to go to pay-per-view for football and baseball and basketball. When you say pay-per-view sports, you mean boxing. That's it. That was all there was. And the fights were actually worth seeing. Let me tell you, for those of you who don't remember, you weren't there. They were events.
Yeah,
they were events.
Yeah, they were.
Y'all, I don't give a damn where you were. They were events. Let me tell you something. Before the internet, listen to me. Before the internet, we knew when Tyson knocked out Spinks. We knew when Tyson knocked somebody out. I'm talking about within minutes. Within minutes. It didn't matter where it happened or whatever. These events were so big, we didn't even need the damn internet. We knew when Tyson had knocked somebody out within minutes. You knew it within minutes. The word was out. When Leonard fought Hagler, controversy that was, you knew about that when there's a reason why folks talked about that because that was a big controversy. It still is
they
to
were
this day.
particularly Ali's fights. They were bigger than the Super
We're
Bowl.
always going to wonder what would have happened if Marvin Hagler had stayed in the game. We're always going to wonder that. But that was red hot. That was happening right then. We knew about it when it happened. That was how big the event was. And what I'm saying is, didn't have to have the internet or somebody still in the stream or something. I'm talking about before you had the internet, we were aware of what was happening within minutes. That's how big it was. That's how big it was everywhere.
Yep, TV and radio.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have that anymore.
Nope.
The mystique is gone. We don't have true icons and giants like that. The mystique is gone. Today, if you do watch a boxing fight, you got one fella who may be worth watching, and the other dude be like, who the hell is this?
Right.
But back then, everybody wanted to see that. You saw what the hell George Foreman did. And when Ali came back after they took his belt from him for not wanting to fight in your bogus ass Vietnam War, understand something that everybody wanted to see. You want to talk about comeback.
Right.
You want to talk about a comeback.
Yep, the radio was big time.
Please understand that there was a nation that did not want to see that, by the way. Please understand that.
Yep.
Oh, everybody wants to talk about Ali and praise him today, but please understand that. They did not want Ali to win nothing.
Mm-mm. There you go.
Fact, they paid to see him lose.
They didn't want Ali to win anything.
Yeah, read about Ali and Miss
After
Velvet
he came
Green.
back to boxing, they're like, oh, no. We they didn't want him to win nothing. They wanted him to lose.
They paid to see Ali lose.
So there was
That's
a
why
whole
they
lot
got
more
paid.
going on. There was a whole lot more emotional investment, a whole lot more cultural investment. In case you've lost sight of the chronology of the events. And then, of course, the Great White Hope. They always were fishing for a Great White Hope because boxing, as far as they were concerned, boxing was their cultural real estate. As far as white culture is concerned, they created it, they made it, it belongs to them. And at some point, they need to come back and gentrify it.
Mm.
And they have been on a relentless quest, like those stingy old misers who left your part of town and they waited for 8 decades to see if they can buy up the block again when everybody dies. They've been trying to creep their way back in ever since.
Not try to, they are.
And that's why after Ali, they were just so hoping that this dude throws a damn fluke punch. Oh, hopefully Ali is out. And not exactly. Not exactly. Here comes Sylvester Stallone to rewrite history, but not exactly. And then with George Foreman, they were so hoping that they could do it again. They were so hoping. First you had Ali and then you had Foreman. They were so hoping they could do it again. Isn't that interesting that you see that happen over and over again? Now, in the modern era, we all saw Deontay Wilder knock Tyson Fury smooth slap the hell out.
Yep.
Yep.
All of us saw Deontay Wilder knock his ass smooth slap the hell out.
Got a slow count.
A very slow
Now be
count.
damned, they come back. Oh, he wasn't really knocked out. Really?
I just said,
The referee is damn near grabbing his arm to drag him up off of the damn canvas.
Rocky,
that ain't knocked out?
Rocky countdown.
Yeah.
Y'all go and take a look at that. If that's not knocked out, what the hell is?
Right.
How much more knocked out he got to be? Does he got to fall out the ring?
Two.
Do you got to put him on the CPR machine?
3.
How much more knocked out did Tyson Fury have to be?
4.
Here, we're going to give you 20 seconds to get to your feet. 20 seconds?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
20 seconds?
That's how slow they was counting.
Right, I know
Really?
it. I saw it. Tyson Fury was
Oh,
down
look,
to the
he's back
count
on
of
his feet
12.
again. Well, I'll be damned. You took a commercial break. Oh, he's back on his feet. You mean after the commercial break you took? He could have finished off a Budweiser down there on the ground. Okay, standing back up. Pray to God he don't get hit again.
George Foreman would have beat Tyson Fury.
All three of them up there with
okay.
Fury.
There goes that. Yeah, they've been trying it for a minute. They've been hoping for a minute that they could snatch that thing back. Here's the thing. Even with Tyson Fury is no Mike Tyson. Yeah, I know about the name thing. He's no Mike Tyson. He's no Roy Jones Jr. He's no Ali. No disrespect to him. No disrespect. But yeah, y'all can give him the belt, but you can't give him the prestige.
Ali would have beat Tyson.
You can give him the belt, but you can't give him the status. That's not going to happen. That takes time. That takes time. That takes wins. You're not going to be able to line up a significant number of challengers, and the challengers would have to have the same cachet and status that Foreman and Ali and Frazier and Tyson and Holmes did. You don't have it. You don't have. He's not going to be tested. What do you have? 1 or 2 more fights, and then he lost the damn belt. You can't sit up here and put a belt on somebody and say, okay, the people going to love you. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, he's overcome some personal demons. I get that. Give him credit for that. But we talking about in that ring. Ali had to overcome a nation. Frazier had to overcome a nation. George Foreman had to overcome a nation.
Oh, that's the wrong winner. Okay.
And that is why I'm remembering him tonight. Not resting in power, but their rise to power, because it's after that. These men, the 1970s, that was when it cemented. We became the face of boxing.
Yeah, we did.
On our way to becoming the face of every other sport that anybody cared about. We started with boxing, and then from there next goes the NBA, the NFL, Major League Baseball for a minute.
Baseball.
Yep.
They've been sitting on pins and needles about hockey and golf. And they saw golf go down. It's like, even with little combination, they like, man, look here, you black enough, nigga. They're sitting on pins and needles about hockey and NASCAR. Oh, they sitting on pins and needles about hockey and NASCAR.
Trying to sink that ball into that little.
Yeah, buddy, they sitting on pins and needles, wondering how much longer will they be able to go to a NASCAR event before they see all the fellows with braids and afros.
Oh, shit, we got 3,000 watchers.
They wondering how much longer they gonna have that. First time you see a hockey player go out there with a jersey that says beast mode, that's a wrap. I'm letting y'all know right now. First time you have a black hockey player go out there with a jersey that says beast mode, it's over. There goes boxing. I wish the white ones would stop here and do that. Trying to start a fight, want to be goons. I'm like, okay, you found the right one. You found the right one. And hockey, fighting is legal. I'm like, oh man, you ain't said nothing but a thing.
Right.
Let me put on some extra thermal underwear. Let me put on some extra thermal underwear and an extra sweater. Oh, fighting is legal? No, I'll be damned. We found just the right damn sport.
Had clamped down on that.
Yeah, we just get tired of sitting up here slipping on the damn ice all the time. As soon as we get our feet steady, it's, oh hell, that sport gonna be jumping. I'm telling y'all right now, if we ever get our money right so the kids learn how to skate on ice, and you tell them, by the way, fighting is legal, it's, oh, world star. World star. When word gets around about that, when word gets around about that, it's like, you know, fighting is legal here. Really? Yeah, because they nerfed us over in the NBA. Oh, fighting is legal here? Are you serious? You're joking. For real? Yeah, they're just gonna put you in the penalty. They're gonna eject me. No, they're not. They're gonna put you in the penalty box for 5 minutes. Damn, white privilege. Y'all, the very next week, they're gonna make fighting illegal in boxing. I mean, in hockey. Mark my words. If you get two black males in boxing, if they get out there fighting and knock out two white men on that ice, they're going to make fighting illegal the very next week. Count on it.
Yep.
I'm not joking. I'm not kidding. I'm not playing. If you get two black men in hockey and they go out there and knock out two white men in the middle of the damn ice on ESPN, they will make fighting illegal in hockey the very next week.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to say, it's too bad. Enough of that. The very next week.
Mm.
Trust me. Trust and believe. Soon as you see two white men get laid out on that ice by two black men, oh, that's a wrap. Rule change. Y'all know how that goes. Michael Jackson treatment. Rule change.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we've been able to fight since the beginning. Yeah, well, we should have been allowed that in the first damn place. That's what it'll be the next week. We shouldn't have been allowed that in the first damn place. So barbaric. Next thing you know, they're going to be allowing them to go over there and fight at swimming. If there are no black swimmers, then they're going to start allowing them to fight in swimming. That's what they'll do. It'll be legal to fight folk in swimming. Just so long as we're not there. I'm trying to think of a sport that we don't really deal with, it's ballroom dancing or something. It'll be legal to smack folk up over there. But anyway. These were things that we built. These are things that we made. We made them what they are. And the legacy of George Foreman is the fact of how you can recreate not just a nation, but a society and a complete world as a black man with everything stacked up against us. And it's not because of what America gave you. It's because of what we took here, because it wasn't given.
Yeah.
George Foreman was not the first black man to be boxing in America. He wasn't.
Nope.
He came along a lot later. So that's not the thing. We have had to overcome this garbage the whole damn time. They're okay with black men in boxing so long as you were not dominant, so long as you didn't become the face of it. Because now you would have young white kids looking up to you, Asian kids looking up to you. Do you understand that is the most valuable export you have is your culture? And they've been trying to tell you that that's American culture. No, it is not. Mm-hmm. It's the foundational culture of the freedmen. That's what it is.
Right.
Because our ability to do this came from somewhere, and it wasn't the damn Job Corps, Peace Corps, or anything else. The mean streets of Houston that George Foreman was raised on, that's what built that. And I'm not talking about what they did to us. I'm talking about the spirit that fought to overcome it. You can say there was thugs or whatever. They were fighting to overcome a situation that they were placed in against their will. Mm-hmm. And their resistance against that, which I've told you is the foundational culture. We have when they say, what is y'all's culture? We have a culture of resistance.
Right.
We have been placed up against impossible odds and impossible circumstances, and we have not sold out our souls or given up our identity or lost our principles or our fight in us. We have a culture of resistance.
Right.
And it shines and shows in everything we do. From the colors we wear, the styles we choose. If everybody else is going left, we're going right. If everybody else is going right, we're going left. If everybody goes left to right, we're going straight forward to back. We're doing a different direction. We're looking at what everybody else is doing, and we're saying, if you all are going in that direction, something wrong. We've never been afraid to be in the minority. We've never been afraid to be that. Because we understood our power. You can't be a leader in the majority. We have always been ready and willing and eager to be the trailblazer.
Yeah.
We've never looked to other people for their cues of what they're doing. We've always said, we gonna make that. That's why we're always making new genres of music. We're never afraid to venture where nobody else is, and they're afraid to. They're holding on to convention, and we're reinventing the culture every time we turn around.
Yeah.
Think about this for a few moments. 1 minute you're wearing zoot suits, then you got regular suits, then you got baggy pants, Yep. Then you got skinny jeans. Now you're back to baggy pants again. Think about that for a few moments. Everybody goes one direction, we go the other.
Goddamn skinny jeans.
We had the suits, they put them on, we put on regular suits. They put on regular suits, we got baggy pants. They started putting on the baggy pants, oh, skinny jeans. They started putting on skinny jeans, oh, back to baggy pants. Why do you think we keep doing that? We look around and say, hey, there's too many of you here. Just as soon as y'all start glumming on us, there's too many of you here. We recognize that as a red flag. There are too many of you here. We cannot lead when there's so many of you. Give me space, give me room.
Right.
I'm going in a different direction. You drive fast, we drive slow. You drive slow, we drive fast. But we are going to maintain our own independent spirit and identity about it. And that is how we have moved both the culture and the nation forward. America's ability to accrue $36 trillion in debt. You do understand that that's all a testament to us, correct? Because America's #1 export is its culture. That's how it sells its products. That's how it manufactures that stuff. But remember, what they sell is not what they manufacture. What they sell is the brand. Yeah. As Steve Jobs said, we don't sell products, you sell a feeling. You sell a feeling. You see, we were not afraid to put the swagger on it. Black men, see, you were supposed to be beat down so that you'd be humble. And by humble, it simply means docile. You're supposed to be Forrest Gump, afraid to speak, afraid to look up. When black men came through, we wearing whatever the hell we want to. All them fellows was always suited and booted, always had nice suits on, always looking fly. Hell, even when they didn't, when we get to the age of Mike Tyson made thuggery cool.
Yeah, he did.
I said it. I'm talking about in the 80s when Mike was on the come up. Mike Tyson, when he came to the ring, he was on straight gladiator chic.
That's all he came
Mike
out with.
made thugging
no
cool.
socks, no robe.
They called him the baddest man on the planet. He didn't come down to the ring trying to make folk happy with him. He came down to the ring stone cold killer.
That he did.
When he got up in that ring, he's like, I'm here on business. What'd he say? I'm in the people hurting business.
Yeah.
And business is about to pick up.
Yep.
Pretty much.
When Mike got done, thuggery was in. Mike ushered in the era of the thugs. You don't get to James Toney without Mike Tyson. Y'all know it. Shout out to James Toney. But we don't get to Tony without Tyson. It is what.
By the way, if nobody knows, that was James.
I remember James Toney in the ring, death row.
Yep.
I'm saying too damn much tonight. Y'all remember James Toney in the ring, death row.
Yep.
They made it like that. And what I'm saying is that spread it out to other people because you see, what they tried to do, they tried to make it where the only fights that matter was the heavyweight fights or the ones that they chose. So the cats coming up, it wasn't a whole lot of room for them to breathe. So by the time we get to James Toney and them, now it's been spread to folks really watching the fellas on the come up. So now the mid card became a thing. The mid card wasn't a thing till we get to the 90s. It existed, but it wasn't a thing until we get to the 90s. And that's because these other cats were spreading the field out. They were not trying to be champions. They were trying to be stars in their own right. So they weren't chasing a title. They were chasing knockouts. Do you understand what that means? That means that as far as he's concerned, he wins his title tonight if he knocks the other fella out. So that was the spirit they were coming with. He ain't worried about a belt. He's worried about a knockout tonight. That's what he came for. You can't teach somebody to value something like that. It's either in him or it ain't.
All right.
It's either in him or it's not. That was for real. There were stories in there. You talk about Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran. There was a story there, man. You can make a movie about that. But understand something. The story of Sugar Ray Leonard, that don't pop off without the tenacity of Roberto Duran. If Roberto Duran was a soup can and an ash can and a tomato can, the story don't matter. If Roberto Duran was from the current era, the story wouldn't matter. The story mattered because Roberto Duran was a killer.
Yeah, Roberto Duran.
He really came to prominence in that Mike Tyson era. Well, that's why I said that they issued in the thugs.
No, man, get your goddamn
we talking about from the straight
Duran was
gutter.
in the 70s, man.
We're not talking about he just came from a rough side of the town. Roberto Duran came from the straight gutter. He came from the straight slum. No polish, no nothing. He came from the straight dirt.
Panama City, Panama.
When he got up in there, he was fighting with all that came with him. And that's what you were up against. It's like, dude, you're going to put in the full damn day. So when you get to Sugar Ray Leonard, that's when you get Roberto Duran. Roberto Duran's like, now I can't box this guy. If I get in here trying to box him, he's going to wear me out. So he was the guy who said, you know what? If I can get in his head and get him to make this a slugfest, I can win. And he was the first person who really got in Sugar Ray Leonard's head and got him to be concerned with a knockout. So Sugar Ray Leonard's going in there trying to show that he can outslug Roberto Duran. And Duran's like, can't nobody outslug me at this weight. Can't nobody do that. And
yeah, but look what happened to Roberto Duran
he got you
when
fighting
he fought
his fight.
Thomas Hearns. Yeah.
He got you fighting his fight.
Yeah, look what happened.
He got you fighting his.
Thomas Hearns. Yeah.
That was the important thing for you. He got you fighting his fight.
From Duran. But look what happened to Duran when he fought Thomas Hearns.
In the chat room, I might have Anthony call up so I can give him a history lesson tonight. I might have you call up so I can give you a history lesson.
Man, I need to call your ass up and give you one.
Call up so I can give you a history lesson
already.
But in any case, this is how you reshape a culture. This is how you rewrite it in your image. This is how you do that. You rewrite it in your image. They told us we could not do that. That was what they thought. That was what they said. When you're going to take a culture and rewrite it in your image, when you are able to capture a story, when you are able to take these things and capture a story, that's a brand new way of seeing things. When you do this and you put it in your image, that is not just a contest. You see stories there from Philadelphia to Houston, Texas. That's a story. And that is the legacy that's been passed down to us. And that's the one that we are caretakers of to this day. We want folks to remember it's no. No, you don't get to sit up here and oppress a people and then claim, oh, they belong to you. No, they don't. No, they don't. It doesn't belong to you. It does not belong to you. You don't know where he came from. You created an environment that was meant to crush and destroy a George Foreman. They didn't create an environment that was made to nurture him. They made an environment that was intended to destroy him.
Yep.
Their goal was for him to end up in jail or end up at the GM plant. And that was going to be it. Story over. He was never supposed to transform that the way he did, because if one does it, next thing you know, there'll be a flood of you doing it. And that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
When they got one did it, when they got done, it was a flood of them.
It sure was.
Exactly the thing that they were afraid was going to occur, and now here it is. However,
all right, I'm gonna end it there. All right, Shabaka, what are your final thoughts on the late great George Foreman?
He was bad. Yeah, Big George. He was bad, and also to appreciate, what Big George was trying to do for the youth. And from what I understand, is that Big George was a nice guy until you pissed him off. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Yeah, and then Smoking Joe Frazier, you cannot take nothing away from Smoke. It's because all three of those men that you saw up there were all Olympic champions. Ali, gold medal, Rome Olympics, 1960. Joe Frazier, gold medal, Tokyo Olympics, 1964. George Foreman, gold medal, 1968, Mexico City Olympics. And then also, too, a definite shout out to Tommy Smith and John Carlos of the stand that they took in 1968. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, 1968 was the height of the Black empowerment era. The record that was out by James Brown in 1968. I remember as a kid, say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. You see what I'm saying? Ali on the lecture circuit. They calling him a bunch of draft dodging niggas and all that old type of shit. And then Ali says at the University of Texas, 67, 68, George on his way to the Olympics. Well, if I'm going to die, I'm prepared to die fighting one of you. You could hear a pin drop in the room. They called Ali a coward. Hey, white boy, go get in the ring with him. I bet you he'll make a coward out of you. George Foreman. Man, the only thing I can say about you, Big George, I remember when you gained the heavyweight crown, you know what I'm saying? I remember when you regained it, you know what I'm saying? And also to Big George, you did a lot for the youth there.
Yeah.
And rest in power, Big George. You know what I'm saying? And rest in power, Big George. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. It's what time is it?
Oh my God, it's 2 o'clock in the morning where you're at. It's 3 o'clock.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, I gotta get some rest here and try to make some things happen, ladies and gentlemen. So give us Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Tuesday. Okay, we are on StreamYard right now. We need donations bad, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? So like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Okay, donate there, what we got up there, jparis45 at Gmail right there. Hey, donate $100, donate $1,000, donate $5, donate whatever you can. Keep this platform alive. And for those of you who make a significant donation, hey, we'll be more than happy to mention you. Hell, we'll even go up here and let you be a guest host. You know what I'm saying? On one thing. However, our ground rules are simple. We don't deal with transgender issues. They have their human rights. They have their civil rights. We're definitely doing something positive for diasporic Africans and foundational Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? For those of you on a continent, get rid of them damn neo-colonialists and them damn tethers. Okay?
Yep.
Just say, okay, just like the sister from the US told that dude from Nigeria who was crumb bumming on black people here in America, you know what I mean? Like the sister I told his black ass where she said, yeah, fool, if they brought your black ass over here in 1962, you'll be sitting up there getting a dog shit beat out of you too at the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Oh, yeah.
It would have been allowing them in. It wasn't allowing them in.
Yeah. And John Lewis, good trouble. No disrespect to you, Mr. Lewis.
Mac 285 is saying, I told you, Shabaka, we need your version.
Version of what? Please specify.
Oh my God. Of George Foreman.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I lived through the era. And Big George, you know, and you know, and he was a humble kind of man. Is because I do remember is that when he was on Soul Train a couple of times when Don Cornelius was doing his thing,
Yeah.
George would come on there and speak nice. Okay. Yeah, I was actually there, Mac 285. Okay, yeah, I was there, sir. Okay, and George, you know, he was a nice guy, you know, and what have you. And then he even did an episode of Sanford and Son, I think. I forgot the name of the episode, but he came on there with Fred Sanford, you know, and everybody dug Fred Sanford. You know what I'm saying? So George Foreman, you know what I'm saying? You rest in power, brother. You know what I'm saying? And thank you, Big George, to your contribution of to our people's history as well too in the 60s in which you came up in your amateur days. Also too, you know, the rumble in the jungle, George. You know, and you had even stated, George Foreman, that I've looked back on some of your comments where you had stated that it took you a long time to get over that. And George had stated that him and Ali, you know, toward Ali's passing, that they had became friends and that, you know, they would speak on the phone for hours. And Ali did tell him, he said, hey, Big George, you know, man, you hit like concrete. You know what I'm saying? And just like I said, that Boss Man Jones, who was training with George Foreman, working in George's corner, and Ali camp asking, well, Boss Man, who do you think would win? And we need you to be honest. And Boss Man Jones said, I'm going to have to go with George, man. So the Ali camp appreciated Boss Man Jones's honesty, you know, because keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, boxing is not a game.
No, it's not.
It's
All right,
not a
I got to wrap
so
this.
yes, sir. And this is my last couple of lines. So therefore, Mr. Foreman, our condolences to your family on your transition, Big George. Now you and Ali, man, could have the rumble in the jungle for eternity. You and Ryan Lyle, man, can go back at it for eternity. And rest in power to all you great men, black men in the sport of boxing. And then also to Mr. Jack Johnson.
Yes.
Because Jack Johnson, he didn't have no security. He didn't have no Black Panthers to protect him. And Jack Johnson appreciated the work that you did out there in Reno, Nevada, July 4th, 1910. As you know, Brother Che, I went through there, and there's an ancient African proverb. Listen to the wind and hear the stories of long ago. So I'm going to bid you all a good morning. I would say good night, but it's morning time here, and I know Brother Che's tired. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so Brother Che, what day of the week is this we on? What is this, Friday?
Saturday. Well, we were Saturday going into Sunday.
Oh, okay. So you got the food bank to do in a few hours.
Yes, Sabaka.
Okay, and be sure to put it on blast and tell that punk ass mayor of Denver, Colorado, where the fuck is he at, man? As you going out there doing a great thing.
Right. All right. So this is going to conclude season 4, episode 52, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on today, for season 4, episode 52, part 2 of the Frontline Black News.
And can't wait for football season for Sundays to put them ponies in a barn and
them Gators ain't going there. Y'all ain't got no kind of squad whatsoever.
Man, we trying to raise the ship, man. We trying to raise the ship. You know what I'm saying? We trying to raise the ship. You know what I mean? And then we're gonna come back there and we're gonna trample over the ponies.
Y'all ain't gonna come back and do nothing but get beat up.
Man, with them GMO ponies, man. Well, man, dagnabbit, we still got basketball now between the Lakers and the Buckets.
Nuggets, meaning golden nuggets. I mean, if we had gold too.
You know, and then not to mention my backup team. Warriors,
Yeah,
come out to play. Warriors, come out to play.
All right, good night, Chewbacca.
All right, okay. So, good morning to y'all. Okay, speak to you in a few hours, bro. All right, take care. Have a nice night. And we appreciate everybody joining us tonight here on season 4, episode 52, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. And be sure to hit our donation button right there that Brother Che has up there, is because this platform only exists, ladies and gentlemen, because of you. Please drop us some bread, and we'll be more than happy to show you and tell you of how we are spending our money on and make suggestions of what we need to talk about. After all, there's an old saying, the customer is always right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to bid you good night from Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven. I'm out. Okay. Uh-huh.